For more than 150 years, Trinity University has celebrated human inquiry. Our innovative curriculum is rooted in a distinctive blend of the liberal arts and sciences. Students and faculty hone creative curiosity by answering questions and questioning answers. In a supportive, interdisciplinary environment, they seek ways to build bridges and make connections. And with intentional meaning and purpose, they are driven by a sense of duty to themselves and to the world. Add in opportunities for undergraduate research, experiential learning, and nationally recognized pre-professional programs in business, communication, healthcare, education, and entrepreneurship, you get the full Trinity experience. The liberal arts plus. And while this experience may end with a Trinity degree, it's just the beginning of a lifetime of inspired exploration and perpetual discovery.
Hello, Tiger fans. We are about 10 minutes from officially getting underway here in San Antonio, but before we officially start the broadcast, we're going to get a look at this very special ceremonial first pitch you see right there on your screen. Some members of the Trinity women's basketball team, and right there in the middle, head coach Cameron Hill, and they are getting this honor to celebrate their incredible, historic season that just came to a close. They had a record-breaking 27 consecutive victories that led them all the way to the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament. They defeated the number one team in the country, Christopher Newport, and they fell just short to Amherst at Amherst, but a spectacular season by this women's basketball team. They were an incredible team to watch all along here on Tiger Network, and as they traveled throughout the tournament, you see they are getting their arms ready. They are warming up. They are excited to get this honor. I was talking to Coach Hill earlier today, really just before this pitch, and he is very honored that he gets to be out there with his team. Thought it was a really cool celebration of the season that they've had. Just a couple of the honors that they have received. They really don't stop, but right there, the man with the ball in his hands named the Region Coach of the Year. And Haley Coleman in the gray Tiger shirt in the back over there on your screen, the farthest one you can see there. She was named Player of the Year for the entire region, so the entire Region 10. Haley Coleman named Player of the Year.
At this time, Trinity Athletics and the Tiger baseball team want to take a moment to recognize the Trinity University women's basketball. The Tigers enjoyed one of the best seasons in school history this year, finishing with a 28-3 overall record and advancing to the NCAA Division III quarterfinals for just the second time in school history. The team broke the school record with 122 points in a win over Shriner, won a school record 27 consecutive games, and tied the record for most wins in a season. To open this weekend's Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference Series against Southwestern, Trinity women's basketball head coach Cameron Hill, recently named to D3Hoops.com Region 10 Coach of the Year, will now throw out the ceremonial first pitch.
There's the pitch from Coach Hill. And it was right down the middle, just like he wants it. We'll get a good look at it right here. Good job by the catcher, Nick Lazera, to frame that for him. And just once again, congratulations to the Trinity women's basketball team on their incredible season. It was a joy to watch, and we are happy to celebrate you and your accomplishments. First pitch coming up in just a few minutes. We will be right here on Tiger Network to bring you all the action. After 12 games against top-tier non-conference opponents, it is finally time for Southern Collegiate Athletic Conference Baseball, and we have quite the series to get things going here in San Antonio as the Southwestern Pirates sail into town to face the Trinity University Tigers. And we couldn't be more excited to bring you this action on Tiger Network all weekend long.
Please rise, remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem.
As the teams stand for the national anthem, we will run you through the starting lineup for the visiting Southwestern Pirates. Leading things off in right field, Ted Lubkowitz. In center field, batting second, Maxwell Mims. Batting third at first base, Preston Witt. Batting cleanup, the freshman catcher, James Vaquero. Batting fifth in shortstop, Jacob Tanner. Batting sixth, the third baseman, Henry Fisher. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Landon Durden. Batting eighth in left field, Christian Malillo. And batting ninth, the second baseman, Trent Raschke. For your home Trinity Tigers, a good look at the starting lineup. Leading off, on fire, at the top shortstop, Tanner Haney. Batting second, catcher Tyler Pettit. Batting third in right field, Ezra Gore. Batting cleanup at first base, MJ Metz. Batting fifth, the designated hitter back in the lineup, Jack Vonderhaar. Batting sixth in left field, Brian Schaub. At third base, batting seventh, Jack Wisniewski. Batting eighth at second base, also red-hot, Colt Harris. And batting ninth in center field, Jack Peterson. And on the mound for the Tigers, a familiar face for Tiger fans watching at home and who have tuned in this season, the big right-hander from Sacramento, California, Corey Cater, getting his fourth start of the season. It's been a little while for Corey. It's been 2 weeks since his last start. But he is excited to get back out there. Had a little scrimmage session in between since the weeks have been long for him without a game. But he has stayed loose, kept in condition, and he is excited to be under the lights here on a Friday night. Still sunny outside. As you can see, those shadows going to play a factor at least early on here, but as the sun does go down, we'll have a little Friday Night Lights action between these two rivals. So much history here, so many stories to tell. Had the pleasure of talking to all three coaches at Trinity, head coach Tim Scannell, pitching coach Dave Smith, and assistant coach Andrew Waters, and also had a great conversation with Southwestern head coach J.C. Bunch. And so all weekend long, I will be bringing you stories from my conversations with the coaches, bringing you into the history between these two programs, and there is a lot there. So make sure to be here tonight and tomorrow for a doubleheader, 1 and 4 p.m. Should be joined by Luke Terry tomorrow, but tonight it'll just be myself, Brian Yanselson. But excited to be here, and with the entire crew at Tiger Network, they are ready in the control room, bringing you all these fantastic angles and the replays you'll get to see. So really couldn't ask for much better here. Expecting a big crowd as well. Know that there's expected to be lots of alumni in the house. Both some recent alumni and some from the time that JC and Dave played here at Trinity. But we will get to everything as things go along. But it's finally time for first pitch, Corey Cater against Lubkowitz. And the first pitch, a strike on the outside corner. Ted Lubkowitz, really the perfect leadoff hitter for this Pirate lineup. You see the great numbers that he's had this season already as he looks at a second pitch for a strike. Hitting .340, getting on base with ease there at the top of the lineup. He has the speed that you want at the top of the order as well. So someone that's very important to keep off the bases, and Cater trying to put him away early here and blows it right by him. So 1, 2, 3 on the first batter. And 3 perfect strikes to get things going for Corey. I'm sure he'll like that start.
Batting second for the Pirates, center fielder number 52, Maxwell Mims.
Just going right at that outside corner, hitting Tyler Pettit right where he put his mitt. And he'll be looking to do more of that tonight against this prolific offense from Southwestern. Next up, Maxwell Mims, the sophomore from Friendswood, Texas. After a breaking ball missed high, Mims fouls that one away. Mims, the reigning SCAC newcomer of the year. He made his impact felt early on here as a Pirate last year. Really some spectacular numbers. You saw what he's doing this year already, still hitting over 300, but what he did last year was truly phenomenal. Looks at a breaking ball in the dirt. Hit .386 last year with 4 home runs, 38 runs batted in, and had 19 stolen bases. So not hard to tell why he was named the newcomer of the year, also known as the freshman of the year, just how you want to look at it, whoever is new to the conference. He swings over a fastball that runs in on him. Great movement on that pitch. So after going away to the lefty Lobkowicz, now Cater attacking inside on the right-handed Mims. Good to see him working both sides of the plate early. We'll see if he can keep it up here. Going inside again. Mims does swing, but is able to foul it back. Going inside again to Mims. That one a little bit more on the plate, catching a little bit too much with 2 strikes, but Mims not able to put it in play. Instead fouls it back yet again. Keeps the at-bat alive. Breaking ball misses up and away, so the at-bat continues. And a 3-2 count here. We'll get the count going on the graphic as soon as we can, but I'll update you until we get to that point. Nice battle going on here between the 2-hole hitter Mims and Cater. Cater tries to go in again, but Mims once again reaching it, putting a good swing on it, but fouling it right behind him. Cater telling me this week ahead of his start that one of his biggest priorities is finding a way to get deeper into starts. He wants to find a way to not only finish hitters off when they have 2 strikes, but finish innings off when there's 2 outs and nobody on. He seems to get to that point with ease, both at practice and during games, but then not quite able to wrap things up in the manner that he would like. Really runs that pitch count up. Wants to start going 7 and 8 innings with consistency, but another foul ball here, so Mims really making him work. Lobkowicz ahead of him, striking out on the 3 pitches. This is typically what you see out of the leadoff hitter. So Mims picking his teammate up a little bit here. Cater in his last start did go 7 innings. He gave up 9 hits and 6 runs. Only 4 of those were earned against the Wisconsin Whitewater Warhawks. So that offense coming into San Antonio and putting up some runs and some hits off Cater, but he was still able to go 7 innings and keep his team in the ball game. The Tigers did end up losing that game 1 of the doubleheader, but they split that series against Whitewater. At the time, the Warhawks ranked 6th according to D3 Baseball. And that pitch perfectly in there for strike 3. Mims, after fouling several pitches off, did not see the 3-2 breaking ball coming, and Cater putting it right where he needed to. So 2 batters and 2 strikeouts for the senior. And Pettit's glove behind the plate barely had to move. And the last step between Cater and a clean first inning is the power-hitting left-handed hitter Preston Witt, and he waves at that one in the dirt. Witt hasn't had the best start to the 2022 campaign, but he has that power in that bat. Cater trying to go with the back-to-back breaking balls, this one missing a little bit outside. Witt, one of the guys that Coach Tim Scannell mentioned to me as a key in this lineup to look at when the Tigers are trying to get through it. Knows that power can pop up at any moment. Witt looks at that fastball inside. So a 2-1 count in favor of the Pirates. Hard hit ball pulled down the right field line. Ezra Gore right there to keep it to a single. But a base hit with 2 outs for Preston Witt. So the first chance that Corey Cater has to finish off an inning with 2 outs, nobody on, results in a base hit for the Pirates. And they'll keep the inning going, bringing up the cleanup hitter, catcher James Vaquero. Both the Pirates and Tigers coming into this game with a 7-5 record. They've played some similar non-conference opponents. DeSales comes to mind, both playing the team from Pennsylvania recently. Southwestern most recently coming off a big win, offensive explosion in Georgetown, defeating the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor 18-13. They put up 23 hits in that outing, the 5th most in program history. So this is an offense when everything is working, you certainly have to be careful. Vaquero grounds it to second base. Perfect opportunity there for Colt Harris to wrap up the inning. And that's out number 3. So Corey Cater gives up 1 hit in the first inning, strikes out a pair. Tigers coming to bat for the first time here on Tiger Network. Welcome back to Tiger Network. Trinity putting up a scoreless top half of the first, keeping the Pirates off the board. And they now come to bat, led by Tanner Haney. Haney looks at the first pitch for a ball. Haney earning himself a spot atop the order, coming in with a red-hot bat. He's picked up a pair of multi-hit games in his last couple of starts. Against McMurray, picking up 3 hits and 3 runs batted in. That game coming this week on Tuesday here in San Antonio. So feeling a little bit of momentum, wanting to have that bat in the lineup, putting him at the top. Been spraying line drives all over the field, not only pulling it to left, but also hitting it out to right. He sits at a 2-1 count here, facing the starting pitcher for the Pirates, the freshman Gregory Ferguson from Magnolia, Texas. Right-hander stands at 6'3". And his pitch here popped up to the left side. Tough opportunity near the Tiger dugout. Mentioned at the top, this sun is going to play a factor until it goes down around 7:30. But right here, Fisher, you see him going from sun to shadows. And he's unable to come up with that play, so some second life here for Tanner Haney. The count 2-2. See if he can take advantage of the extra opportunity. Ferguson with the windup. That pitch gets away from him. Way outside in the dirt, so the count full. Haney doing a little bit of what Mims did in the top half. Just driving the count full, making the starting pitcher work. Exactly what you want from your leadoff hitter. Give the rest of your lineup a chance to see what the starting pitcher has. And Ferguson's 3-2 fouled right back to the catcher, who's unable to hold on to it. Vaquero just dropping that foul tip, giving Haney yet another opportunity. Three-two sinks inside on the right-handed hitter Haney, and he goes down swinging. Saw a little bit of that from Cater, too. The great movement inside on the right-hander. So Haney, after a tough battle, goes back to the dugout and brings up the catcher, Tyler Pettit. Pettit swings at the first pitch, looked to go outside, but looked like a good pitch to hit to Pettit. Tyler not coming in until midway through the game against McMurray. First year Nick Lazera got the start. But Pettit coming in, and a big part of the comeback that the Tigers were able to put on to win that game against the Warhawks as Pettit swings through another one. Trinity falling behind 6-0 in the first inning against McMurray. Everyone here pretty stunned at that beginning of the game. But the Tigers slowly chipped away. They scored 5 in the 4th inning and then kept adding on before holding on to that 13-9 victory. It was a victory that head coach Tim Scannell was very proud of, and he was telling his team that they should be proud as well. Just saying it's never easy to get down early, have all the energy sucked out of the building right when first pitch happens, but then you're able to bounce back and fight off a scrappy McMurray team who has had an improved 2022 season. And in baseball, wins aren't always pretty, so however you get them, you'll take them. As Pettit fights back this 0-2 pitch. Talked about that Whitewater series that the Tigers had here in San Antonio. Pettit, one of the heroes of that series, having that walk-off home run in Game 1 of the series. It was another game that the Tigers were trailing for the most part, but they kept fighting. They were down 1 in the 9th. Vonderhaar tying things up before Pettit walked it off with a 2-run shot. Trinity's really had a fantastic non-conference schedule. You love conference play, and we are so excited to have it. But the players and coaches alike feeling very fortunate at the types of opponents they got to face early in the season. Breaking ball to Pettit. Lands on the outside corner. Took a while to get the call from the home plate umpire, but he does ring Pettit up. So a couple of strikeouts for Ferguson, starting in the same way that Cater did. And it'll bring up Ezra Gore with 2 outs and nobody on for Trinity, who's faced a slew of top 10 opponents going on the road to start the season, facing Birmingham Southern and Wash U, both ranked in the top 10 at the time. And then that series against Whitewater as well. They've also faced the Babson College Beavers, who were receiving votes in the top 25 when they marched into San Antonio. So sometimes you think that the early part of the season is going to be a nice on-ramp to the conference schedule, but the Tigers going right at it against tough teams. Ezra Gore grounds it too short here. Tanner collects it and gets it on to first. So a 1-2-3 inning for Ferguson on the mound. Both teams with 0 runs on the board as we head to the top of the 2nd in San Antonio. Both pitchers pick up a couple of strikeouts in the first inning, keep their opponent off the board. And now Corey Cater back out there for the top of the 2nd. Starts it off with a breaking ball that loops in there for a strike. The batter at the plate, Jacob Tanner, the junior from Houston. And he had himself quite the night against the Mary Hardin Baylor Crusaders, going 4 for 5 with 3 runs batted in on Tuesday night. A major part of that 18-13 victory. Trinity will soon face Mary Hardin Baylor as well. They'll take a trip up to Belton on Tuesday. But Southwestern showing what their offense can do when everything is going right. Corey Cater trying to attack Tanner on 0-2 high in the zone, but a little too high on that last one. Able to lay off. We'll see where Pettit sets up here with 1-2 count. Trying to go in with that splitter that dives right into the right-handed batter. One of the most unique pitches you'll see in D3, really. A lot of pitchers throw a changeup that has similar action, but for Corey, it is that straight splitter. Goes inside again, this time with the hard fastball. But Tanner lays off one more time to take the count full to 3-2. So already we've seen the Pirates extend an inning with 2 outs, nobody on, and they continue to extend at-bats down 0-2, taking it full and taking it all the way, drawing 4 balls and getting the walk.
Batting in the 6th spot, third baseman number 23, Henry Fisher.
Pettit wanted it in. Cater got it there. But maybe a little too in for Tanner to want to swing at that one, and he takes a free trip on to first. Up steps Henry Fisher to the plate. Already seen Fisher out on the field. Was unable to get a hold of that pop fly in foul territory. And he'll have to wait a little bit longer before his at-bat gets going, as Cater keeping a close eye on the running game. Tanner over there at first does have 2 stolen bases and has not been caught stealing yet. First pitch to Fisher outside for a ball. That has been a major concern for this Trinity team. Opponents 26 for 31 on stolen base attempts. Especially those Warhawks from Whitewater ran whenever they wanted to. They went 14 for 15, really inflating that number. And a big reason why they were able to pull out those 2 victories that they did. And so Trinity trying to get their pitchers to go to the plate faster. Keep an eye on those runners. Don't forget about them over there. Cater gets a ground ball, but it sneaks past Haney's dive over there at short. Infield playing up the middle, double play depth. So Haney not quite able to get there. You see he had to go to his right, attempted the dive, but it gets under his glove, and the Pirates have runners on first and second with nobody out. First real opportunity for either side here, and it'll be up to Landon Durden here. Durden, the designated hitter tonight. Stepping off is Cater. You can hear the dugouts yelling back to their base runners. Good look at Cater there, keeping an eye on the runner at second. Now delivers a first pitch strike right in the middle. Durden hitting just .192 on the year. The junior from Southlake, Texas. Cater goes with the breaking ball, but it misses high, bringing the count back to 1-1. Another breaking ball. This one a little bit lower, but it misses inside. So now Durden with the advantage 2-1, and we're going to get a visit to the mound after a couple of base runners get on. It's head coach Tim Scannell making the visit, so not pitching coach Dave Smith. Head coach Tim Scannell in his 24th season here as head coach. Started back in 1999, and that coincided with the arrival of a couple of players who are now coaches on both of these squads. Pitching coach Dave Smith, a pitcher for Tim Scannell when he took over here at Trinity, and Southwestern head coach J.C. Bunch, a catcher at the time here at Trinity. So all three know each other very well. And all three have been at Trinity for a long time before J.C. Bunch moved over to Georgetown, taking the head coaching position for the Pirates. His first season coming back in 2018. So now his 5th season leading Southwestern. And Coach Bunch telling me it's never not odd to be in the first base dugout. So many years in that third base dugout. And tonight really an opportunity to experience this for the first time in many ways, because in his first season at Southwestern, he told me the very first conference series he played was here at Trinity, but then with the schedule getting shifted due to COVID, not getting to play here, then getting to play here with no fans in the stands, didn't feel the same, but now with a big crowd on hand, as they start to trickle in, feels a little bit more like a typical Trinity Friday night. And Cater, with his breaking ball that he wants working against these Pirates, stays up in the zone a little bit. Don't know if he wants it there, but he gets Durden to swing over the top of it. And strikeout number 3 comes at a good time for Cater, as he now gets to attack the number 8 hitter, Christian Malillo. But a ground ball here could end the inning. Tanner earning the walk, and then Fisher singling to left. Those are the 2 runners on for Southwestern. Those runners thinking they might have an opportunity there, but Pettit blocking the ball in the dirt, keeping things right where they're at. With Cater's breaking balls and that heart splitter, it is important to have a trustworthy catcher, and Pettit certainly qualifies. Not many guys you'll see blocking a ball better than the transfer from Incarnate Word. Runners going, Pettit throwing behind to second, and he gets the runner out. Smart play by Pettit, not worrying about the lead runner at third, going straight for that runner at second. And he gets him out, bringing the inning to 2 outs now, the runner at third. But Cater just 1 pitch away from getting out. Great tag by Colt Harris, ranging over from second. So just talking about Pettit's blocking skills, but you get a good look at his arm. And another breaking ball that's high, freezing these Pirate hitters with that. Haven't seen many swings at those. And with the 2-0 count, Malillo may be expecting something harder and straighter. But he gets that breaking ball. And now still ahead in the count, 2-1, but Cater trying to get him to chase at the splitter. 3-1 count now for the left fielder. This is a very experienced Pirate lineup. But Malillo, one of the new faces inserted who has gotten lots of playing time in 2022. The freshman from Houston. Someone Southwestern has a lot of hope for, and someone Coach Scannell also going out of his way to tell me is a phenomenal athlete. Tries to get a hold of the 3-1 fastball, but it's a little too fast for the freshman. So yet another 3-2 count. The second of this inning. Already the third of this young game. But Cater trying to escape his first little bit of trouble here. First 2 runners getting on, but a couple of outs since then, and now Cater's 3-2 sent over to right field. Gore is going to see that one bounce off the base of the wall. Malillo slides into second safely with a double, and the Pirates strike first here in San Antonio. That 3-2 breaking ball catching just a little too much of the plate. And Gore simply turning around, waiting for the bounce, knowing it was going to go off the wall. Malillo doing a nice job picking up his teammates. And coming through with 2 strikes, bringing now the bottom of the order, the number 9 hitter, Trent Raschke. First pitch to Raschke, a strike up in the zone. Raschke, another Pirate who had a good game against Mary Hardin Baylor. He went 3 for 6, had a run batted in, also scored one. Tries to wait back on that breaking ball, fouls it the other way. Not often you see a number 9 hitter hitting over 300. But Raschke providing a nice jolt of energy at this bottom of the lineup. So between him and Lobkowicz at the top, pretty powerful 9-1 combination. Almost two leadoff hitters in a sense. Cater ahead 0-2 on Raschke. That one well in front of Pettit, who once again does a great job stopping it. He throws over to third just in case the runner wanted to advance, but Melillo staying over there at second. That last pitch bouncing nearly in the left-handed hitter's batting box, that white line. So not a pitch that was going to get Raschke to chase. We'll see what's here on the 1-2 going in now. And Raschke does swing past that one for the third out of the inning. The Pirates get on the board early here with the RBI double by Christian Melillo, but Cater holds them to just that one run. The Tigers come to bat with the opportunity to get back on the board.
Whoever's down there, maybe, but I'm not sure. Like, if he didn't tell you that. He didn't tell me.
After a clean first inning, Gregory Ferguson will get to pitch with a lead for the first time. Ferguson retiring the Tigers 1-2-3 in the bottom half of the first. So he'll face the cleanup hitter, MJ Metz, to start the bottom of the second. Ferguson tries to start low and in on the tall righty. The umpire says misses just a little bit low and in. So Metz gets ahead. Metz blasting a no doubt about it solo home run against McMurray.
That's his major.
It was the third home run of the season for the infielder, who spent some time at third and at first. But one thing you know is wherever he is on the field, he will be in the lineup. He has played in every game. One of just a couple of Tigers that can say that. And the 2-0 pitch in a dangerous spot there. Had a nice big swing at it, but it goes straight back into the screen. Won't want to throw many there to the California native.
I think it was like a balloon to float. So. I don't think I did that. Yeah, exactly.
This time Metz chops it over to short. He is a fast runner, but not fast enough to beat that throw from Tanner, charging in to get the first out of the inning. Tanner's already had a couple head his way. You see, it had to be a good transfer and throw. Any bobble or bad throw would have allowed Metz to beat it out. He was right there, but the shortstop and the first baseman both doing a nice job on that play to start the inning, and it'll bring up Jack Vonderhaar. Vonderhaar first pitch swinging. Vonderhaar not a part of that Tiger victory over McMurray. Getting the night off. Was in there the week before on another non-conference game against DeSales. But it's been a little bit since we've had a 3 or 4 game series, so very excited all around to have this more set schedule. From now on, pretty consistently, it'll be a 3-game series over the weekend within the conference, and then the Tigers will play a midweek game on Tuesday night, either here or at an opponent, usually within the American Southwest Conference. They still have a couple of games in there that are outside those two conferences, but for the most part, it'll be the SCAC and the ASC that Tiger fans will get to have a good look at. The two Division III conferences in the state of Texas that like playing against each other in the non-conference schedule, getting a taste of what postseason action might look like. Teams within the same region having to face each other early on, of course. Two 2-1 misses to Vonderhaar, so the lefty has the advantage here at 3-1. Vonderhaar hitting .270 on the season so far, has driven 1 home run, and it was a big one. Talked about him tying the game against Whitewater in the bottom of the 9th. Someone who has consistently given clutch moments at his time at Trinity in his 5th year now. And he sends this one out to right field. You see the shading of the sun, but Ted Lopko is doing a nice job getting the ball in a good view and putting away Vonderhaar for the second out of the inning. As you see the replay, you might have gotten a little peek at the flags in center field. Earlier today, it was pretty windy and chilly. Warmed up as the sun came out, but it is expected to be a pretty windy evening, especially as the sun goes down. It's expected to be blowing in from left to right, which is not common here at Trinity's baseball field. But someone who the wind normally doesn't affect either way is Brian Schaub, the power-hitting right-hander who this time sends a single into left field. So the first base hit for the Tigers comes off the bat of Schaub. Ferguson trying to get it in on Schaub, but does a nice job getting it past the dive of the third baseman Fisher. And the Tigers will look to do a little something with 2 outs like the Pirates did in the top half. It'll be Jack Wisniewski next up at the plate. Ferguson starts off Wisniewski with a big breaking ball that misses outside for ball 1. Like Vonderhaar, Wisniewski, a familiar face to Tiger fans. This is 5th year, taking advantage of the extra eligibility granted to him by the NCAA during this COVID-19 pandemic. Wisniewski lays off ball 2. Another one of those super seniors taking advantage of that. The starting pitcher on the mound for Trinity, Corey Cater. Something else Cater and Wisniewski have in common? Both getting their masters in accounting. So if you need some numbers punched up, you know who to call. saw Wisniewski acting as if he was going to show bunt, but doing that after the pitcher Ferguson stepped off and threw over to first to keep an eye on Schaub. Doubtful we'll see that bunt attempt here with a 2-0 count, 2 outs and a runner on first from Wisniewski. He lays off another one outside, so the count 3-0. Ferguson had a perfect start here with his first 5 batters, but now a base hit and a 3-0 count. Coach Bunch telling me Greg Ferguson, someone that he really likes, someone that is young. He's a freshman who is poised and doesn't get rattled, according to Coach Bunch. We'll see how he responds to a little bit of trouble here in the bottom of the second as he delivers a 4-pitch walk to Wisniewski. And Colt Harris will get the RBI opportunity. And there's not many people the Tigers would want to have at the plate more than they would want Colt. Harris is on a 6-game hitting streak. And not only that, he has 2 consecutive games with 3 hits apiece. So he has been on fire. And today, shifting down to that 8 hole in the lineup. But he gets an early opportunity here to tie things back up, maybe give the Tigers the lead. First pitch from Ferguson, swung on by Harris, and it's going to be caught by the center fielder, Mims. So Harris feeling good about his swing, goes right after the first pitch. But a nice jump and reaction from the center fielder, Mims. Tigers leave a couple on base. They get their first base hit and walk of the evening, but Ferguson able to get out of it and keep the Pirates on top 1-0. We'll take a quick break and be right back on Tiger Network.
Leading off the third, right fielder number 9, Ted Lopez.
Welcome back to Tiger Network. Pirates on top, 1-0 over the Tigers, and the top of the order back up. Ted Lopez looks at first pitch strike there. Lopez striking out on 3 pitches in his first at-bat.
I love that this battery pack is labeled Tiger 4. These are tigers, obviously. Do you have no school spirit?
He's swinging at this second pitch and driving it to left center field, but the center fielder Jack Peterson gets over there to retire Lopez. Put a good swing on that fastball right down the middle. Got some good contact, but Peterson over there in center had it. And a good example of what is one of the better defensive arrangements in the outfield when you get the speed of Peterson and Gore at the same time. Early in the season, we saw Gore in center and Peterson often in right, but switching them is what the coaches believe gives them a really speedy outfield in the biggest part of the ballpark. Not a huge outfield here at Trinity. Left field especially, a short porch with that tall wall over there in front of the outdoor pool. Cater following up the line drive with an 0-2 count, getting ahead of Mims, but missing there low, and we saw what Mims did in his first at-bat. He struck out looking, but not before an extended at-bat, taking it 3-2, fouling off several pitches, and really driving up the pitch count early. This time won't last quite as long. He sends it back out to Peterson over there in center, and he has it going the other way now. So the Cater to Peterson connection working here in the top of the third. And Cater 1 out away from his first clean inning.
Batting third for Southwestern, first baseman number 19, Preston Witt.
Preston Witt will come up in the same situation he was in the first inning. Mims and Lobkowicz being retired, and Witt lining a ball into right field for a single. He's anxious, swinging at the first pitch, sending it the other way. Foul. Mentioned Witt with the power bat. Only the one home run this year, the lone home run for the Pirates as a team. So the power has not been there yet for Southwestern, but Witt leading the way last year with 6 home runs. Cater trying to work him outside. Close pitch there, misses away. Pettit trying to bring it back in, but the count 1-1. Witt early on the breaking ball sends it into his own dugout to get a good look at there from this side camera. Also get a great look at Witt, the 6'4" infielder from Houston, Texas. The 1-2 close once more, but the umpire not budging. Pettit kept it there for a little while longer this time, trying to get the strike 3 call. Instead, a 2-2 count now. Pettit going in. The breaking ball lands outside, but the umpire likes it. The backdoor breaking ball ends up getting Witt. And strikeout number 5 for Cater. A 1-2-3 top of the third inning. Tigers look to get things going in the bottom half of the third. It's been a solid start on the mound for the freshman from Magnolia, Gregory Ferguson, not allowing a run so far in his first 2 innings. Jack Peterson and the Tigers will look to change that, as Peterson, number 9 in the lineup, but leading off here in the third. First pitch to the center fielder in the dirt for a ball. For those looking to get familiar with the Pirates, Tiger fans at home who have not gotten to see them, you should know that they have 2 clear aces on the mound who you will see tomorrow. But beyond that, they are looking for their 3rd starter. And Coach Bunch telling me that it is up for grabs Ferguson, one of those young pitchers in the mix. A lot of freshmen getting the opportunity. Ferguson, one of 5 other starters who have gotten the opportunity beyond the pitchers we'll see tomorrow, Travis Harvey and Ben Ludwig. Ferguson's last appearance came out of the bullpen as he delivers the 2-0 here to Peterson. Peterson rolls it over to second, but a tough play over there for Raschke, and hitting his glove so it dribbled out into the shallow outfield, and you can see the speed of Peterson on full display. Just a little ground ball hits the glove of Raschke, goes all the way to the line, and there was no shot that they were going to get Peterson. Now the top of the lineup will get the opportunity to move Peterson over and bring him in. Tanner Haney will start things off. Haney squares around a bunt, but he won't need to move Peterson over. The pitch getting past the catcher Vaquero, and Peterson scurries on over to third. And with nobody out, the tying run 90 feet away, Peterson using his legs in this inning, getting to second on that little dribbler, and now already at third, just one pitch later. Haney with the perfect opportunity to even things up. He takes a step out of the box as Ferguson gathers himself on the mound. Ferguson's last outing was mentioning coming out of the bullpen. He gave up 4 runs, 3 of which were earned in 3 innings of work against Susquehanna. But he did have a start earlier this year, and it came against McMurray. He gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in 3 innings against the Warhawks. And right here, Haney's going to get a run of his own. That ball gets all the way to the wall. Haney hustling for 2, and he's going to get there. Haney continues with the hot bat. He drives in yet another run, and things are tied up here in San Antonio, bottom 3. That is RBI number 6 on the season for Tanner Haney, and they have all come in these last few games. His bat really coming along after a 1-for-15 start, getting used to Division III baseball, used to being at Trinity, transferring over from UT Austin, and he is making a big impact here with the Tigers. And the good opportunities will continue with Haney on second with still nobody out. And the middle of this Tiger order coming to bat, Tyler Pettit swinging at the first pitch, fouling it off, but better swings now from these Tiger hitters now that they get a second opportunity to look at Ferguson. There's a lot out there on the starters tomorrow, Harvey and Ludwig, but Ferguson not someone the Tigers have seen yet. So that first time through the order, seeing someone totally new for the first time, but now the message might be getting through the dugout about what they're seeing. And we've seen some good swings in this inning already. The sun still right in the eyes of the pitcher Ferguson. Much of the rest of the field covered in shadows. And the distraction working there on the pitcher Ferguson. He's going to be called for a balk. Haney bouncing around out there, taking a big lead off of second. And Ferguson unable to keep his focus on the hitter Pettit. And the runner moves over to third. So once again, runner on third, nobody out. Tigers already tying things up here in the bottom of the third. And a chance for Pettit to take the lead here for Trinity. Pitch is skied to the left side, and it'll be out of play past the Tiger bullpen. Don't know how much longer we'll see. Ferguson hasn't gone longer than 3 innings, and as Coach Bunch talked about his starting rotation, that we'll need some guys beyond Ludwig and Harvey, admitting that he doesn't need a prototypical start, even if you're the quote-unquote starter. Think Tampa Bay Rays opener style. He just needs you to get the outs that are in front of you, and he doesn't mind piecing together a game with 6 or 7 pitchers. That's exactly what they did against UMHB. 6 Pirates were on the mound. But he says that also to get his team to not worry about putting on a Cy Young caliber start, per se. He doesn't want his young pitchers to think that they have to go 6 or 7 innings to be successful. He just wants them to get 2 or 3 innings at a time. So far, 2 clean innings, but now trouble in the third for Ferguson. He tries to get Pettit to chase high, but the catcher lays off of that one. The count now even. Gore and Metz behind Pettit, so you expect him to get some good pitches to hit. Don't want to put more runners on base for those two. You can hear the Trinity bell tower ringing, marking the 7 o'clock hour, and perhaps marking a lead for the Tigers, but not yet, as Ferguson gets Pettit to wave at that off-speed pitch outside. Pettit unable to make contact with that runner on third and nobody out. The infield not in. Still very early in the game, so giving up that run for an out if they can get it. First pitch to Gore. Inside, gets away a little bit from Vaquero, but nothing to allow Haney to come in from third. Gore along with Haney. 3 hits against McMurray and a big one. A 2-run home run that got over that big wall in left. You can see on your screen there, back in left field, that tall left field fence. It just sneaked over there. But it was on a line. And for those watching, you might have seen Gore, not quite sure if he got all of it, if it was going to get over the fence or not. Stopped a little bit rounding first, but he in fact had the home run. Really helped secure the victory. The Tigers just up 2 at that point late in the game, but that doubled the Tiger lead to 4. Now trying to give the Tigers the lead here in the third, but he won't get the opportunity. Ferguson hitting the right fielder, putting runners at the corners now. 1 out away in the inning. And MJ Metz will get the opportunity. Metz grounding out to shortstop his first time up. He'll look to do anything but put a ball on the ground, and wouldn't be surprised if we see the runner Gore over at first take off, and he has a massive lead. Gore tying for the team lead in stolen bases last year. Not going anywhere yet as that first pitch, a ball to Metz inside. Gore with 8 stolen bases a year ago, and that was in just about half a season as Gore was playing for the football team for the beginning of the spring, and when their season concluded, came on over to the Diamond to help the Tigers in the SCAC tournament. But he already has 3 stolen bases this year, and off he goes. Little hit and run action with Metz swinging at that pitch. Gore will have to go back to first. But you see how he was off with that pitch. Waiting on the first one, not going on the first pitch to Metz, but then taking off on the second. We'll see if something remains on here. 1-1 count, runners at the corners. Southwestern Trinity tied at 1 in this opening game of the 3-game series. Still a huge lead for Gore. taking his time and going, and another hit by pitch. So Ferguson really losing command a bit here. 2 consecutive hitters that he has hit with the pitch. Add a balk in there. And you can sense things getting a little away from him here. And he's going to get a visit to the mound. Big spot for the Tigers early on. Jack Vonderhaar will get the chance to hit with the bases loaded, but he'll have to wait for this visit from the pitching coach. Vonderhaar this year has seen some young guys get some opportunities as well, but he is still a leader on this team. Someone that, in the big moment, is trusted with his powerful left-handed swing. We've seen it so much last year when you think that the Tigers need a big hit and they need a specific outcome. Vonderhaar often delivering right what you need. And we'll see if Ferguson can calm down a little bit after the visit. First pitch, fastball low and away. Vonderhaar checking with the home plate umpire, seeing exactly where it was at. Very focused Vonderhaar waits for the delivery from Ferguson. Similar spot there. Not a called strike. The umpire now checking with the field umpire, and he says he went around. The catcher, Vaquero, perhaps thinking it was a called strike either way, but at least getting the second base umpire, who's out there right now, to say he went around. So 1-1 count. That pitch gets away from Ferguson on the outside part. Most of the infield now covered in shadows, and Vonderhaar, other than the top of his body, in the shadows as well, and the pitcher Ferguson completely in the dark, but still some parts of sun. Can be difficult for the hitter when the ball goes from light to dark and then back to light, or any combination. Just switching back and forth just makes the attempt to hit a baseball, which is already extremely difficult, one of the hardest things to do across sports, even more difficult. Ferguson really taking his time, was working quickly through his first 2 innings, but now focusing on the task at hand. Vonderhaar shakes his head a little bit, had a good pitch to hit that he sends foul past his bullpen. I know I would never trust to park my car back there in that parking lot behind the bullpen, but that's just me. Way too many foul balls for my liking. But we'll see if Vonderhaar can send it into a different parking lot, perhaps in right field. This pitch called a third strike, and Vonderhaar can't believe that one. Another delayed call, the home plate umpire waiting to call, and that was awfully low. Vaquero bringing it up nearly off the dirt, but it'll work for Ferguson. Out number 2, and just one step away from getting out of this inning with just the 1 run allowed. But a big obstacle remains in the way. Brian Schaub singled on the first pitch in his first at-bat. We'll see if he's swinging early. He's not, as he lays off of that one well away and in the dirt. Tough last at-bat there for Vonderhaar. Someone who is prone to the strikeout, but looked like he had a good eye laying off of that one that was low. But it'll be up to Schaub to come through with 2 outs. Vaquero setting up inside. And for the 3rd time in the inning, Ferguson will hit a Tiger batter, and it couldn't come at a worse time for him when he is just about to get out of this inning. He hits Schaub right on the elbow, and a run will come on in. Tigers take the lead in an unconventional way, and they look to be not done with that. Jack Wisniewski two outs now, but Schaub replacing the runner at first, allowing everybody to move on over. Metz now at second. First pitch swinging Wisniewski up the middle. And Schaub doing a nice job hustling, but not getting there in time, as the middle infield for the Pirates is able to get the 3rd out of the inning. But the Tigers get a pair, not on hits necessarily, but getting hit, but they'll take it any way they can get it. So Trinity up 2-1 here as we head to the top of the 4th.
Leading off the 4th, the catcher for the Pirates, number 3, James Vaquero.
Corey Cater now the one on the mound with the lead, as his offense gets him a couple of runs in the bottom half of the 3rd. So as Cater goes out there for the top of the 4th, he does so with a 2-1 Trinity lead. And he'll face the 4, 5, 6 hitters for the Pirates. Leading off is James Vaquero. Vaquero looks at a first pitch strike, up and in. You see the impact the catcher can have behind the plate, helping his pitcher out by framing a pitch nicely. And this roster with 5 freshman catchers. That breaking ball loops in there for a strike. This Pirate team very experienced, returning 7 of 9 starters, but one hole they are trying to replace is behind the plate. Catcher Daniel Montgomery Jr. no longer at Southwestern. And this team with a catcher, no catcher that is not a freshman. So every single catcher on this roster in their first year at Southwestern. Pretty unusual. But Coach Bunch saying he has liked what he's seen from his young catchers, especially Vaquero. Really taking over that spot well. Saying he's not your typical freshman. Getting to play some big-time high school baseball at Strake Jesuit out of Houston. Strake Jesuit going to the state semifinal. Vaquero a big part of that team, getting to play at Dell Diamond, home of the Round Rock Express. So he knows what it's like to play in big games, and he's answered the call so far here. He strikes out on a ball in the dirt, and Cater really has that strikeout working. Make it 6 here for the senior.
Batting in the fifth spot, shortstop number 8.
We'll get a great look at the replay, and that splitter just totally falling off the table. You think it's a fastball in the zone, and before you know it, it's in the dirt, but you've already swung. Tanner puts a good swing on it, sends it up the middle, and he'll have a base hit.
Headed to the plate for the Pirates, third baseman number 23, Henry Fisher.
That last base hit coming off pitch number 60 for Cater. Pitch number 61, a strike on the outside part of the plate. Something I like to do as I watch some Major League Baseball games is count about 15 pitches per inning. And if you have 15 pitches per inning as a starter, about 6 innings at that would be 90, and 7, 105. That's about the amount that's considered a quality start. So right now, Cater just a little bit behind that pace at over 60, which he should be at completing 4 if you're following that count. But not bad overall as he has 1 out already in the inning. But we've seen Cater go well over 100 pitches. That's just an artificial benchmark, really. Pitchers back in the day, maybe Dave Smith's day, used to go a lot more than 100 pitches. And this pitch sent down to the corner. Gore will have to collect it, but the base runner is going to slide in home safely and no throw. The Pirate bench making some noise off that RBI double. Henry Fisher driving it the other way into the corner. Gore having a little bit of trouble getting to it, but he was going to have a hard time throwing out the runner anyway. Right off the bat, you knew it was going to drop in fair territory. And Tanner with the good lead off of first, able to come all the way home from around the infield. Gore getting lost a little bit on our camera behind that tree. While watching that replay, Cater's first pitch to the next hitter, Durden, fouled off for a strike. Breaking ball, called a strike, now 0-2 on Durden. Landon having an opportunity as well in his first time at the plate. Came up with runners on first and second, nobody out. But Cater able to get him to strike out swinging. And might be on that same path here. But Durden taking a little bit of time, adjusting his batting gloves. And now stepping back to the box. Pitch in the dirt, way outside. It bounces right back off the bricks. But Pettit won't have a shot to throw out Fisher. Just an over delivery from Cater, holding onto the ball too long. And it results in a wild pitch that sends the go-ahead run 90 feet away. So several runners at third for both teams. Tigers able to bring a couple of home last inning. We'll see what Durden and this bottom half of the lineup do for Southwestern. The count still 1-2 in Cater's favor. And he goes high with the fastball. Good contact. And Gore unable to get there. The ball lands fair. And Durden will stand up safely with a double. The one part of the field still covered in sun is that right field corner. And the Pirates sending it there with ease this inning. You see Cater trying to get it up, but leaves it over the heart of the plate. And Gore thinking he might be able to reach over and get it, but not quite. And about the third or fourth ball we've seen bounce off the right field fence. And it brings out another visit from head coach Tim Scannell to talk to starting pitcher Corey Cater. Cater telling me he's very excited to face a conference rival in Southwestern. The type of game you dream of growing up playing baseball and wanting to play college baseball. Nothing better than a Friday night under the lights between two conference opponents that have a ton of history. And part of that history between the head coach of the Pirates and Cater is that when Coach Bunch was still at Trinity, he is the one that recruited Corey to Trinity. Corey telling me that Coach Bunch led him on his visit, was the one in charge of his recruitment, the one that really wanted Cater to come from Sacramento to San Antonio. And so Corey saying he has a really great relationship with Coach Bunch every time he sees him. Very friendly interactions. But of course now, a little bit strange to be on the other side of the field. Cater having to face the man who recruited him. Just one of many ties that exist between these two teams. We'll continue to tell you some of those stories as the series progresses. Cater here trying to limit the damage. Got ahead 0-1 on Melillo. That breaking ball missing high. Melillo, one of the 6 Pirate hits early on. He doubled in his first time to the plate. Last one high, this one low. But both laid off of by Melillo. That breaking ball, a beauty, hanging up in the air, getting Melillo to bite as it dives out of the zone. Just what you want if you're a Cater. And it evens the count back up at 2. Both Ferguson and Cater really slowing things down when runners get on base. But that time working out for Cater, he goes back to the breaking ball, and Melillo unable to connect. So strikeout number 7. And Raschke coming to the plate, trying to deliver a 2-out RBI. Another one of Corey's big focuses, trying to limit the walks. He has done so today, just the 1 base on balls allowed. That first pitch missing, but the Pirate bats have been able to get a hold of these pitches that Corey's delivered with those 6 base hits. But Corey does have the 7 strikeouts, so a very Corey Cater-like line. He has the stuff to make hitters miss with the splitter diving in on the righties, the breaking ball that fools the hitters, and the fastball getting by him. But when he leaves it with too much of the plate, the Pirates have been able to take advantage of those moments. Cater had an excellent first outing of the year, where you could really see the strikeout and walk ratio. He had 10 strikeouts against Lynchburg on opening day, but he had 5 walks to go, along with those in 6 innings. But ever since then, the walks have dwindled. But he did give up 9 base hits against Whitewater in that last outing. And they're not all hard hit balls, but just little dinking and dunking singles here and there. The Pirates have gotten a few in that right field corner. And they start to add up when they can bring them across in the right moment. Another perfect breaking ball. This time it hits the inside part of the plate. And Cater getting ahead 1-2. Raschke fouling off a couple of pitches here. Cater got it to his spot on the inside part and up where Pettit was setting up, standing up a little bit to get it there. But Raschke continues to battle. Raschke with 12 runs batted in. He leads the Pirates. So another number that you're not used to seeing in the number 9 spot in the lineup. Raschke doing a nice job laying off of that one in the dirt. Two is driven into left field past the dive of the third baseman. Big throw from left will not be in time. Schaub trying to deliver, but with 2 outs, the runner going on contact. And it will not be enough. The Pirates adding on to this lead, now up 4-2. Schaub often in right field, this time getting the start in left. A little bit of a shorter distance between there and home. But still, Durden able to read that well and extend this lead out to 2, bringing the leadoff hitter Lobkowicz to the plate. And Lobkowicz swings at the first pitch, and he's going to drive that into the gap. Peterson catches it before it gets to the wall. The relay throw home will stop Raschke from coming, but the Pirates making noise in the top of the 4th, already with a 4-2 lead and a couple more in scoring position. Peterson cutting it off and saving a run for now. The great throw into the infield. And Maxwell Mims with a couple of Pirates out there at second and third. 2 outs still in the inning. And Cater now over 80 pitches. He gets a breaking ball in there for a strike. If you remember when we were talking about that pitch count, there was 1 out in the 4th, and it was at 60 pitches. So to get 1 out, Corey has had to throw over 20 pitches now. He does get ahead of Mims here, 0-2, using the breaking ball to get Mims swinging. But Cater trying to keep this game close, even though he's lost the lead, trying to give his offense an opportunity. Goes back to the breaking pitch outside. Pettit able to block it, but Mims laying off. Preston Witt waiting on deck. And Mims trying to keep the inning going. Cater, fastball high, Mims getting a piece of it. So far in this game, when Pettit stands up, indicating he wants the ball up, Cater has gotten it up in the zone, but often leaving it over the plate a little too much, allowing the Pirates to then drive 2-strike pitches to the outfield. So we'll see if he goes back to it at any point in this at-bat or the inning. And hoping to get it higher out of the zone to where the Pirates will swing and miss, not connect. But Mims, the SCAC newcomer of the year for a reason, putting on good at-bats. And he has one here, 2-2 count, 2 runners on. And the breaking ball will get Mims out looking. You see these hitters staying a bit in the box waiting for the delayed call. But Cater happy to get it. Mims goes down looking for the second time tonight. Tigers have some work to do to get back in this game as the Pirates take a 4-2 lead heading to the bottom of the 4th. Told you the starting pitcher, Gregory Ferguson, may not last a lot longer than 3 innings, and it was exactly 3 innings that he was able to make. As we have the first new pitcher on the mound, J.J. Slack coming out of the bullpen for the Pirates. And Slack having one of the more fascinating lines you'll see in an early season campaign for a pitcher. As his first pitch to Harris fouled the other way. Slack making his 8th appearance now for the Pirates. He's gone 7 2/3 innings, has not allowed a hit this season, but he has an ERA of 2.35 because he's walked 7 batters, and several of those have come around to score. So over 7 innings without a hit allowed, but those 7 base on balls really costing Slack from having an even better line, but already a quality one. He has 13 strikeouts in those 7 innings. And he's a tough at-bat from the left side of the plate. Harris popping this one up. Shallow right field, no issue for Lobkowitz there for the first out of the inning. When asking head coach Tim Scannell about the pitching staff of the Pirates, of course, talking about Travis Harvey and Ben Ludwig that we'll see tomorrow. But the third name he mentioned, as perhaps having the best stuff out of all of them, is J.J. Slack right here on the mound. He pointed out that line. Very curious start to the season. But one thing it shows, if he can get the command in order a little bit, that he is pretty unhittable. With that first out, now around 8 innings, since he came in with 7 2/3 innings, around 8 innings without a hit allowed. And the lefty-on-lefty matchup, a tough one here for Peterson. He's had a couple of awkward swings as Slack ties him up with that up-and-in fastball. Quickly ahead 0-2, working very swiftly. But Peterson lines it up the middle, and he's going to get a base hit. Wonderful piece of hitting by Peterson, down 0-2 off the tough lefty. Peterson has himself a 2-for-2 start. With that, marking the first hit of the season allowed for Slack. And it's a runner the Tigers are happy to have on base. Swing and a miss from Haney. And that ball gets away, but not on a foul tip, so Peterson will take second. With the swing, it looked like Haney got a piece of it, but it was just off the glove of Vaquero. As we saw Tuesday night, no lead, really safe against this Trinity offense. And they look to get right back on reclaiming that lead. Slack keeping an eye on Peterson still. And another swing and a miss from Haney. Haney delivering the RBI double in his last at-bat, tying things at 1. Runner going. And Peterson causing all sorts of chaos on the base paths, but he won't even need to slide in there. The ball getting away from Vaquero. So Slack and Vaquero having some issues here. And you can kind of see a little bit of what the stat line reflects. Incredible stuff from Slack that is tough to hit, but it's also a little all over the place. Already 2 pitches getting past the catcher. This one perfectly in there for strike number 3. Haney unable to get the bat off his shoulders. So 2 away here for the Tigers. Tyler Pettit coming to the plate with a 2-out RBI opportunity. Tigers had just started to get some really good swings off the starter, Ferguson. So he was able to get out of his last inning with just the 2 runs allowed, keep things close enough for his offense to strike back. And now they have the lead. Pettit fouling that one back. Ferguson finishes up throwing 3 innings, allowing 3 hits and 2 earned runs. He walked 1 and struck out 4. So you have to think Coach Bunch happy with that performance, allowing him to go to his bullpen and this left-handed option in Slack. Pettit again with the big swing, and it goes straight back into the fence back there. Back towards the Southwestern faithful we see behind home. Umpire holding things here with the 0-2 count. But now Pettit awaiting the pitch from Slack. He has it ready. And a little check swing out to the second baseman, and he'll catch it in the air. Rashke coming in to catch the little excuse me swing from Pettit. And so Peterson gets on, is able to get all the way to third, but he will be left there as Slack comes in and gets the top of the order for the Tigers. So Pirates will remain on top as we head to the top of the 5th in San Antonio. A truly stunning evening here in San Antonio, you get a beautiful look at Trinity University's bell tower. Not a cloud in the sky, a perfect 70 degrees in San Antonio. And with us in mid-March, really looking like baseball season in all senses of the word. And nothing says baseball season more than SCAC play finally getting underway. Southwestern and Trinity about halfway home here with the Pirates on top 4-2 in game 1 of this three-game series. This first one on Friday night, and tomorrow we'll have 2 for you at 1 and 4 p.m. right here on Tiger Network. These are 2 good offenses, but with the pitchers going on the mound, wouldn't be surprised if we see several pitching battles. Right here, Witt trying to say it'll be an offensive outpour. And we talked about the power earlier, and you get a look at it right there on a rope in a hurry, gets out over the right field fence. And the Pirates adding to their lead, Witt with his second home run of the year. We'll get a look at the replay. Quick, compact swing from the lefty. And there's nothing Ezra Gore could do about that one. A visit to the mound, and it'll be the final visit for Corey Cater as Dave Smith is making a change. Pirates getting the starter out of the game here in the top of the 5th. We'll take a quick break on Tiger Network and be back to meet the new pitcher for the Tigers. First call to the bullpen for Trinity is answered by Jack Schmidt. The junior from St. Louis, Missouri, comes in to this 5-2 game in the top of the 5th, replacing starting pitcher Corey Cater. The first batter he'll face is James Vaquero. First pitch landing for a strike. Final line on the starter, Cater. Driven out with that home run by Witt. 4 innings pitched, 9 base hits, and those 5 runs that are all earned. Corey did have 8 strikeouts and just 1 walk. But the Pirates doing a good job of really connecting, making good contact throughout the evening. And that final blast enough to get Coach Smith out there to replace Cater. And it'll be up to Schmidt to try to begin bridging the gap to the end of the game. 0-2 pitch from Schmidt, high and away. This is Schmidt's 3rd appearance of the year. His last coming a couple of weeks ago against Wisconsin Whitewater. Changeup floats up there, and Vaquero fooled by that one. So first batter for Schmidt out of the bullpen, and a great result with the strikeout. Schmidt's appearance against the Warhawks from Whitewater, just 2/3 of an inning, allowed 2 runs on 2 walks. So no hits allowed, and then the runners came around to score after he had been taken out of the game. Schmidt, someone we saw a lot of last season. He tries to get a breaking ball in there, but it gets by Pettit for a ball. Currently at the plate, Jacob Tanner, who reached base with a single and came around to score in the 4th inning. So already his 3rd at-bat in just the 5th inning. Changeup in the dirt. And that one gets away from Schmidt as well, so Tanner, for the 2nd time tonight, will head on over to first with the walk.
Headed to the plate for the Pirates, third baseman number 23, Henry Fisher.
That wide batting stance in the right-handed batter's box belongs to Henry Fisher, who really got things going in the last inning for the Pirates. He doubled home the leadoff runner at the time, Tanner, who had gotten on with that single. He brought him around to score on an RBI double to right, and this time he sends it to left center field, and that's going to get down and to the wall. Peterson plays it off a bounce, gets it in time to hold Tanner over there at third. But the hits keep on coming for Southwestern, make it 10 now. No shot for either Schaub or Peterson, but Peterson does do a nice job getting it into Haney and keeping Tanner at third. But the runners at second and third, just 1 out. And Landon Durden, for the 3rd time, comes to the plate with runners on. Last time Durden came through with the run-scoring double. And he's first pitch swinging here. Wisniewski with the dive over to Metz. Wonderful play down the line, saving at least 1, likely 2. Durden not wasting any time. And what a dive from Wisniewski, getting it over to Metz at first and saving Schmidt for the moment. Southwestern not afraid to swing early in the count, but right there the defense coming through. Malillo waiting back on the changeup, gets it down the line, but it'll be foul. Defense, another big focal point for this Trinity squad. Those familiar with the Tigers here on Tiger Network know they can hit with the best of them. But going back to last year, the defense has been a concern. In some of their losses early this year, even in some of their wins, they had upwards of 4 or 5 errors in the box score. Not what you want to see. But they have really cleaned things up as of late, been working hard at it during practice. And Wisniewski with the big play at the hot corner. They call it the hot corner for a reason. Schmidt ahead of the freshman 0-2 here. We'll see if he can put him away. Tries to get the breaking ball outside, and Pettit will not be able to get in front of it. Tanner waltzes on home for the 6th run of the evening for the Pirates. And out of the hand, you could sense trouble. Pettit doing his best to slide on over and get a grasp of that one. But instead, Tanner heading to the dugout, having scored a run, and a runner at third replacing him as well. Still an opportunity for more. Schmidt trying to get out of it, 1-2. Fouled back by Melillo. Schmidt currently on the mound. And we saw a lot of that last year, but this year, in the fall, wanted to give it a go as a hitter once more, trying to do both Shohei Ohtani style. Coaches let him see if he could handle both, and he liked getting back in the batter's box, missed the opportunity of playing in the outfield and getting some swings in, but he has chosen to once again focus on his time on the mound. That changeup of his, one of mine and Luke Terry's favorite pitches from last year. And right here, Coach Smith, Coach Scannell trusting him to keep the Pirates at bay for the most part. Already a run across here, but the Tigers wanting a chance to stay in this game, can't let it get too out of hand. And Schmidt doing a nice job getting Melillo to go down swinging. So a long at-bat from the freshman, but it ends in a strikeout. 2 more runs come across to score for the Pirates. They increase their lead to 6-2. Trinity coming to bat, trying to claw back into this one. Last couple of innings have been fruitful ones for the Pirates from Georgetown. And they now lead 6-2 as we are halfway home in San Antonio. J.J. Slack remains on the mound, and he has some more breathing room to work with now. So we'll see if he continues to attack the zone, and he does there as he gets ahead of Gore 0-2. We saw Jack Peterson get the first hit of the season off of Slack, but other than that, the call to the bullpen being successful, but here Gore chopping it up the middle. And lucky for the Pirates that he was hustling past the bag, because as that one got through into center field for the base hit, if Gore had rounded first, he likely would have gone for second, but since he thought there would be a throw, he hustled past the bag. You see him thinking about it for a second, trying to turn over to second. But instead, the lead-off single for the Tigers, just what they're looking for. They'll need a few base runners here to get back in the game. And a man who can cut this deficit in half in a hurry, MJ Met steps to the plate. First pitch to MJ, high for a ball. The pickoff move gets Gore going, but the throw will not beat him. Gets away from the shortstop, Tanner. And Gore advances to second. Slack with the quick move, guessed right on Gore moving. But Tanner unable to corral that throw from the first baseman, Witt. And Trinity quickly with an opportunity to start chipping back into this one. Similar story to what we saw against McMurray. Tigers down 6 in that game, but they slowly started getting base hit after base hit. And it got started in similar fashion with the top of the order. Tiger fans who were watching might remember Christian Holloway reaching with just a single, and that's what got the merry-go-round going. MJ Metz punched a little base hit to the right side, barely getting past the second baseman. It wasn't a hard hit ball, but it was those types of hits that got the Tigers back on top over the Warhawks. And Gore here starting things off with a little chopper that gets past the middle of the infield, trying to make something happen. That left to right action, immense from Slack. We've seen a couple of different versions of the breaking ball. That one looking a little bit more like a slider, but Metz not biting. An intense look home from number 99. Takes a look back at Gore. And a long time on the mound. Metz not going to allow him to leave him in the batter's box for that long, taking a step out. Now taking a breath and back in. Slack an awful long time there standing on the mound, hasn't taken a step off. Settles back in his motion and now delivers. Metz fouls it towards the right side. So the theme continues of these pitchers working quickly when everything's working for them. But as soon as they sense a little bit of trouble, really slowing things down, taking their time. We're approaching the 2-hour mark here on this one as we're about halfway home. This time the breaking ball slips away from Slack. And Metz takes the count full. Will be interesting to see how Slack approaches this pitch. You have the 4-run lead, but you don't want base runners to start to mount for the Tigers, but you also don't want to leave it right there for the power hitter. And Slack decides to not mess with MJ. He draws the walk. And the Tigers have a little bit going here. Runners on first and second. Nobody out in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jack Vonderhaar came to the plate last time. Bases loaded, 1 out. Had a tough battle going on. And he was called out on strikes. But he gets a new chance here. It'll be a tough matchup with the lefty pitcher, and Vonderhaar squares around a bunt. The breaking ball more north to south this time, looking like the curveball. Starts the at-bat with a strike. Vonderhaar showing bunt. We'll see if he keeps that on or if that's just a facade here to get the infield biting. The third baseman in. The first baseman well behind the runner Metz. And not quite sure what that was. Vonderhaar stepping out of the box even before the pitch was on its way. Maybe thought he had time granted to him. Instead, the umpire says ball 1. Maybe taking all the way there. Either way, 1-1 count. Slack trying to work out of this jam. 3 consecutive breaking balls. This one again misses high. And I'd be awfully careful if I were Slack about trying to get that breaking ball in again. If he hangs it in the top of the zone, Van der Haar could send it a long, long way from here. Instead, goes with the hard fastball. And that working a little bit better than the breaking ball, freezing Van der Haar. And the count back to 2-2. Slack goes back to the breaking ball. This time, low and away. Vaquero having to slide on over to his left. Little confusion here. The graphic does say 2-2. The stats say 2-2. Maybe the home plate umpire saying that time was granted on that pitch that we weren't sure what happened on. So 2 strikes for sure. Either 3 balls or 2 balls. We'll find out here. The delivery to Van der Haar, and it hits him hard on the hands. Van der Haar trying to shake it off. He'll certainly take his base, but not the way you want it. We'll get a good look at it here. Right off the forearm, it looks like. Not a fun experience at all. And you see Van der Haar still in pain as he walks over to first base. First base coach Garrett Shapiro tending to him over there. Meanwhile, a visit to the mound here. J.J. Slack running into some trouble. And for Slack, the trouble reflective of the line that I mentioned when he first came in. He did give up the single to Gore, but it was just on a little chopper, so nothing hard hit whatsoever. That marked the second base hit allowed on the season for Slack. But the other 2 runners getting on here to load the bases, a walk to Metz and a hit by pitch to Van der Haar. And all of a sudden, the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Brian Schaub. He's done it before, and this season, just a couple of weeks ago, had the walk-off grand slam with the Tigers down 3. He's looking to do something similar, or just bring some runs home here. Lays off the first pitch for a ball. Slack, the junior, making a mess here, trying to get out of it himself. He gets back in the count with a strike here to Schaub. Slack's last outing was against Hardin Simmons. He went 2 2/3, gave up no runs, and struck out 4 against the Cowboys. This pitch away to Schaub.
Morgan, do you have gum? I do. Can I please have a piece? I forgot that this...
Key moment here in San Antonio. Tigers down 4. Schaub at the plate. Bases loaded. And a strike called on the inner part of the plate. Schaub not motioning to swing whatsoever. But the strike called. And Schaub swings and misses at that pitch, high and away. Likely out of the zone, but with 2 strikes having to protect. And Slack takes step number 1 to escaping this jam. It'll be Jack Wisniewski now coming to the plate. Easy to assume that the left-handed hitter has the tougher at-bat, but tougher at-bat off the left-handed pitcher, but so far we've seen Peterson with the base hit, Van der Haar getting hit. We'll see what Wisniewski can come up with. He's swinging at the first pitch, sending it to third base coach Andrew Waters with a nice play over there. Coach Waters, another one of the ties between these two teams, playing for now Southwestern head coach J.C. Bunch. Waters, a member of that 2016 championship team here at Trinity. And now coaching third, hoping to send home some runs. Here telling Gore to stay at third, as those wild pitches hit hard off the brick wall, bounce right back to the catcher. We've seen it so much early this season already.
I was watching the hurdles, 400, 500. I watched everything, and like literally, I was hoping to watch Nathan's event all day. But then I went to
All the catchers really have to do is turn around, wait for the ball to come right back at them.
I went, and when I
And it's a dangerous attempt for any runner.
and like
So that time Gore sticking to third, Metz hanging over at second, Vonderhaar at first.
he said, it was the
Wisniewski trying to bring the Tigers closer.
best, sarcastic.
Pitch to him, up and away, ball two.
Like he was saying, the weather was perfect, the wind was great. He had like his friend right in front of him as like a windbreaker.
Wisniewski coming in to pinch hit against McMurray, drove a double to the right center field gap, but did not start against the Warhawks or against the Bulldogs of DeSales, taking a couple of nights off. But now back in the starting lineup.
Best run of his life. I know that's true. And I was like, oh,
The ball gets away again from Vaquero. This time, since it popped off the glove and didn't go straight back, Gore able to speed on home.
and I assumed, because I was like,
So the Tigers begin to inch a litlittle closer.
the men's and
At the same time, Metz and Vonderhaar advancing behind Ezra.
I'll come. They didn't
Wisniewski still with the great opportunity to bring his team even closer. If the count is correct, that's pitch number 4 from Slack that has gotten by Vaquero and to the backstop.
had like an event, and then like, they had
And this one is going to go into center field. Metz scores easily. Vonderhaar on his way behind him. And the Tigers are right back in this ball game thanks to Jack Wisniewski's 2 RBI single.
because when I got back, Nathan's was done.
The lefties continue to put good swings off the left-handed pitcher. And the heart of the Tiger order delivering. Colt Harris looks to keep the rally going here. Ball gets away from Vaquero again. Wisniewski not able to advance, but boy, are Slack and Vaquero struggling with this pitching-catching connection.
It might be both, though. That might be intensified.
Talked about how Vaquero, one of 5 freshman catchers, none of them having too much experience, not only at the collegiate level, but certainly with Slack. And Vaquero having all sorts of trouble.
It feels like we're in a bunch of nice squares.
Slack attempts a pickoff move,
No.
but Wisniewski not going anywhere. Certainly a couple of these have been clearly the fault of the pitcher Slack. Breaking balls in the dirt, getting way behind, but the last couple looked like Vaquero could get a hold of them, but letting it get past him, and the runner is able to move forward. Harris here skies it out to right field. Lobko is able to get over there for the second out of the inning. So Harris 0 for 3 on the day. You see some action in the Pirate bullpen. Slack getting to face the same batter that he started his evening.
I'm so full.
Runner on his way to second. Vaquero steps up to throw. Not in time. Wisniewski stealing second. Surprised to see that big of a windup from the stretch. You would think with the runner on first that Slack would attempt more of a slide step or more of a stretch motion that you're used to seeing. But he went with the pretty full windup, full leg kick. And it allowed Wisniewski to get into scoring position. Peterson now a chance to tie the game with a base hit. Peterson 2 for 2 on the day. The first base hit off the second baseman's glove, allowing Peterson to reach second, and then his last time up, Peterson lining it off of Slack, the beautiful base hit to center. Looking for more of the same, gets a fastball that he could do some damage with, but fouls it towards the fence. Long look in here from Slack, and he'll start it over as Peterson steps out of the box. Peterson going 2 for 4 as he got the start as well against McMurray. Had a couple of doubles as well. Peterson really driving the ball. 4 of his 5 base hits this year have been for extra bases. But this time, nothing he can do with the breaking ball that freezes the lefty for out number 3, but the Tigers are right back in this ball game after scoring 3 runs on 2 hits, taking advantage of the wild command from Slack. And we head to the 6th with the Pirates hanging on to a 1-run lead. Don't go anywhere on Tiger Network. Just the 1 inning out of the bullpen for Jack Schmidt. He gave up a hit and a run. He is now replaced by Garrett Ayler. First pitch from Ayler, a little bit outside to the 9-hole hitter Raschke. And Ayler perhaps riding high off of his predicted victory of his former Richmond Spiders. Ayler, you see, from Austin, Texas, Westlake High School, but he started his collegiate career at the University of Richmond, the D1 program, who you might recognize from having upset the Iowa Hawkeyes in March Madness. And I got to talk to Garrett and his former Spider teammate, now Tiger teammate, Brian Schaub. And if you check out Twitter, at Brian_Yanselson, you'll see Ayler and Schaub predicting that upset, that 12-5 upset. And so Garrett, trying to ride that momentum, was happy to see his former friends win. And he's brought a little bit of that energy down to San Antonio with his transfer here. Trying to keep the score right where it's at as the Tigers came back with 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th. But not the start you want, as Raschke drawing a 5-pitch walk. A couple of close calls there going against the left-hander. And now the top of the order will come to the plate. Lobkowicz. Lopkowitz tries to check his swing. Home plate umpire not signaling that he went around.
Ryan, he's leaving the dugout area.
Field umpire signaling the same thing.
He's out there
So a
talking
1-0 count to
the guy who's
the left-handed hitter off the left-handed pitcher. Ayler
so funny.
also not having pitched since that opportunity against Whitewater.
Great. Like, he was asking
That one in the dirt gets behind Pettit. And Raschke will strut on over to second.
we're sending a replacement.
The pass balls and the wild pitches continue now for both sides here.
Stood next to him to say, can you hear, like, over the headset?
But Ayler's last appearance against Whitewater, going an inning and 2/3, allowed 4 hits and 3 runs. That game taking place at Wolf Stadium, home of the San Antonio Missions AA affiliate of the San Diego Padres. Tigers got a great opportunity to play in that minor league ballpark, as Trinity was hosting a track and field meet at the same time, and with the baseball field and the track really close together, don't want those foul balls or home runs heading out to the track meet. And right now the Pirates trying to develop a track meet of their own. They have a couple of runners on base. Raschke getting on with the walk, and Lopkowitz following, and it's going to be a quick hook from Dave Smith. Not going to let Ayler go much longer. So a couple of batters faced, both reach on base on balls, and it's a quick call to the bullpen. We'll take a quick break on Tiger Network. Jonathan Newman coming in for the Tigers. We'll take a look at him when we're back.
Stepping up to the plate, center fielder number 52,
What are you seeing, though? There's a horizon. I don't know. I mean,
The Pirates have scored in 2 consecutive innings, and they are trying to make it a third. Threatening here in the top of the 6th, 2 lead-off walks off of Garrett Ayler. So now Jonathan Newman coming in to try to keep things in control. He starts things off with a first pitch changeup for a strike. Not the part of the order you want to face following a couple of leadoff walks. The 2, 3, 4 hitters scheduled to face Newman, whose pitch goes outside with a breaking ball for a ball. Newman, though, just the type of pitcher you want in a situation like this. Gets a lot of ground balls. Would be the perfect opportunity for a double play, but Mims gets this one on a line and into the outfield. Peterson is going to get over there, but not in time to stop any of the runners from advancing. Raschke scores from second. Lopkowitz heads on over to third, and Maxwell Mims reaches with a base hit. So that elusive shutdown inning we talk about all the time. Your team scores a few runs. You want to come back out there as a pitching staff and keep the opponent off the board, give your offense a little bit of momentum. But so far, Ayler and Newman unable to do that. And this has the potential of a big inning as there's still nobody out and the runners remain at the corners. Great changeup to get Witt swinging there from Newman. Preston Witt homering. Back in the 5th inning, he sent one quickly out to right field. As Rigor gave it a look, but he had no shot. Now he comes with runners at the corners. The runner was going Pettit, trying to pop up quickly to throw him out. Instead, the ball ricochets off his glove. The runner scores easily from third. Mims takes second. Southwestern quickly getting 2 of those runs right back. And their lead 8-5. The amount of balls to the backstop has been pretty incredible so far today. Don't remember seeing that many in any game, even across games. Another ball in the dirt. This time it is blocked by Pettit. So that defense for Trinity looking a little bit better out in the field. No errors in the box score, but the wild pitches, while not technically errors, allowing Southwestern to get some free runs on the board. It's something that Coach J.C. Bunge told me about his squad at Southwestern. That was a reason for their little bit of a slow start to the season. Just those free runners. Witt here sends it to left. Schaub diving in. Looks like he made the catch. Witt heading back to the dugout. The 2-2 pitch got in on the hands of Witt. Schaub with a nice dive getting underneath that. And keeping Mims at second along the way as well. Vaquero now stepping to the plate, the cleanup hitter. He squares around a bunt. Looks like he's trying to get a base hit off of that one, but he sends it back foul. But Coach Bunch telling me the free runners are easy to tell when a team is giving them up. The perfect example for them. In 18 innings against Hardin-Simmons, just 3 free runners allowed. And the Pirates winning both of those games. But against UT Dallas, just 5 hits, but 8 runs allowed. So what does that tell you? Lots of free runners. And we're seeing it here when the runners have the ability to get on and get around the bases without much defense behind them. It just makes it a whole lot easier for an offense to score when you don't have to put the ball in the outfield or put the ball in play. And both teams we've seen take advantage of the pitches that get behind the catcher. Vaquero diving down to get that one. You see Mims was on his way to third. He'll have to head back.
That's not my personal favorite. If there's regular chocolate chip, I'll take it.
The philosophy just becoming make the hitters beat you. Attack them, throw strikes, and see what happens from there. Newman turning around, trying to get the runner at second. The entire Pirates dugout yelling back. And Mims obeying. Vaquero still with the 0-2 count at the plate. You see the spin and throw from Newman. Vaquero able to lay off of that one with an 0-2 count while we showed that replay. So now 1-2 for the catcher. And Pettit having to work hard, continuing to block those pitches in the dirt. You can see why it's so hard to be a catcher. And these two understand it better than most. Vaquero at the plate, the catcher for the Pirates, and Pettit right behind him for Trinity. Newman's off-speed pitch hangs up in the zone for far too long. It's going to get down in front of Peterson. Mims going to try to score, and the throw not going to be anywhere close. So the Pirate hit parade continues here in the 6th inning. See that pitch with 2 strikes just hanging in the zone, and Vaquero knowing what to do with it. Breaking ball high to Tanner to start the at-bat. Tanner been busy on the base pass today. Just 1 for 1, but 2 walks in his 3 plate appearances, and he has come around to score each of those 3 times. So 33% of Southwestern's runs thanks to the shortstop, Jacob Tanner. A visit to the mound here from pitching coach Dave Smith. Just trying to talk things over with his pitcher Newman. Dave Smith in his 20th season as pitching coach here at Trinity. And he took over as pitching coach, and you see him put his left hand up, signaling a change. Dave Smith pitching at Trinity and immediately taking over as pitching coach. Been with Tim Scannell ever since. But not loving what he's seeing here as the Pirates putting up 9 runs on the board. And we're still in the top of the 6th inning. Jonathan Newman taken out in the middle of this at-bat against the shortstop Tanner. And we'll take a quick break to see who the Tigers are bringing in next.
Over the side.
Now the mound for Trinity Junior Southpaw.
But like, I don't think I would. I want to do it. Well, we can roll from the outside in.
Oh, that's fine. Call him too, yeah.
Every time you see a baseball,
Yeah,
I should call him.
Yeah, I think he's in the middle.
Him being Archie.
But
Fifth pitcher of the game, 3rd of the inning. Now in for Trinity, and his first move is a throw over to first. Cam Sheets, the senior from Houston, Texas, now in to try to stop the bleeding a little bit as the Pirates really pummeling the baseball here. Already 3 runs across in the 6th. And Jacob Tanner at the plate trying to keep building even more.
They're about to call me up, dude. Oh my god.
Tanner beginning his at-bat against Jonathan Newman, but then Dave Smith coming out and bringing in Cam Sheets in the middle of the at-bat. So far, more of the same as the count 3-0. And ball 4 to Tanner. For the third time tonight, the shortstop drawing a walk. He came around to score on the first two. We'll see what the Pirates do here in the remainder of the sixth. Henry Fisher will be the next batter to face the left-hander. Sheets, another Tiger who got an appearance against McMurray earlier this week. He went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, but no runs. And he came in at a really key part of the game. It was pretty early on. But he held the Warhawks off the scoreboard and allowed the Tiger offense to fight back. Right here, a line drive off the bat of Fisher. Haney unable to catch it in the air, but he recovers well. Gets it over to Wisniewski for the force out at third, so good recovery from the shortstop. We'll get a good look. Fisher swinging at the first pitch. Tough play for Haney, but with the runner freezing on the line drive, he's able to get him out at third.
Next up is Southwestern designated hitter number 32, Landon Burton.
But Sheets keeping the score at 6-0, which was enough to allow the Tigers to come all the way back, ended up winning 13-9, and it required the help of just about everyone. 8 pitchers took the mound. Wisniewski placing the tag right on the fingertips there. And we're already on pitcher number 5 here in the 6th, so wouldn't be surprised if we reach that number once more. Southwestern already at 9 runs. They average just over 7 a game, so already over that. Fastball misses away from Sheets. Swing and a miss there from Durden. She's trying to get out of the inning here. 2 on, 2 out, and a 2-2 count. Breaking ball doesn't break into the zone, stays away. Pettit having to go out and capture that one to not allow the runners to move over. And so now a full count. Runners will be off with the pitch. The runners won't matter. That pitch from Sheets missing low and in, and it'll load the bases once again for the Pirates. We've seen several chances with the bases loaded for both teams, and the latest one will be Christian Malillo. Malillo has struck out his last 2 times to the plate. That average still around 200, but a big hack on the first delivery from Sheets. Strike 1. Four runs, not an insurmountable deficit by any means, but Cam Sheets doing his best to keep this close. And Malillo keeps swinging big and keeps missing that fastball well away. But he's chased a couple of here behind 0-2. Couple in a row miss for Sheets, and the count now back in a little bit of a better spot for Melillo, 2-2. As he attempts to really break this one open for Southwestern. Meanwhile, Sheets trying to hang in there for the Tigers. They've been down by 4 already, cut it back to 1. But the Pirates responding. Sheets gets Melillo swinging for strike number 3. 3 runs do come across the score, but it could have been worse. Sheets coming out of the bullpen and keeping things at 9-5. So the Pirates with a 4-run lead, but the Tigers still with plenty of opportunities here on Tiger Network after a quick break. J.J. Slack once again has a 4-run lead to work with. We'll see if he can keep it there or if the Tigers can once again creep a little bit closer. Tanner Haney will try to start things off top of the order. Will face Slack, who is entering his 3rd inning of work. Has only gone more than 2 innings once so far this season. First couple of pitches here in the 6th miss, so we'll see what kind of command Slack is able to have. We've already seen it, how on and off it can be. Gets that one in on the outside corner. In his 2 innings of work so far, he's allowed 3 hits and 3 runs, has a walk. But he also has a wild pitch, has hit a batter, and has had a couple of balls go off the glove of Vaquero, allowing runners to advance. So the opportunities might be there for the Tigers, and Haney in command 3-1 of this at-bat. Just trying to get on, start something for this offense that can react in a hurry. Haney thought he had ball 4. Home plate umpire says not so fast. 3-2 count on the way to the shortstop. And Haney chases a fastball high. So he thought he had ball 4 on the last one. Certainly would have had it on that one, but just unable to lay off. And Slack climbs back in that at-bat and gets the all-important leadoff hitter. Now Pettit will come to the plate with nobody on and 1 out. Breaking ball misses away to Pettit. Both the Pirates and the Tigers coming into tonight with a record of 7-5. But these all-important conference games are what will ultimately determine who advances to the NCAA tournament. 4 teams from the conference will advance to the SCAC tournament held at the end of the year in Cleburne, Texas. And if you look at the preseason poll, these 2 teams right here expected to be 2 of the 4 that make it to the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Trinity picked to finish first in the conference along with TLU, a tie atop the conference. Centenary, the Gents of Louisiana, picked to finish third, and the Pirates, according to the coaches, will finish in fourth. But Slack gets Pettit swinging, and you can see the challenges that exist ahead in this conference. 1 through 4, really top to bottom in this conference, tough opponents, but especially 1 through 4. Quality baseball everywhere you look. And both head coaches admitting and telling me that they know that it will be tough sledding night in and night out. Gore connects with this one, sends it to deep left field, and it is off the scoreboard for a home run. It appears it, yes, now Gore gets to round the bases. A little confusing because it came back into play, but that's just because Gore hits it off the scoreboard. You see his innocent little look over to the dugout as if he doesn't know what happened. But it's the third home run of the year for the outfielder. Gore first pitched swinging, and the ball banging off that scoreboard. The display of power off the bat of Gore continues early on in this season. And he pulls Trinity a little bit closer now, 9-6. These Tigers have won 13 SCAC championships over the years. The Pirates have won 5. And Metz right here trying to keep the 2-out rally going. Gets a single out to right field. This offense never out of it. Look over to first. Metz hurries back to the bag. Vonderhaar, good to see him still in the game. Took a pitch right to the forearm in his last at-bat. At the time, loaded the bases and allowed Trinity to get within 1, but it was a hard hit off the body of Vonderhaar, so he remains in the game. Metz is running, and he slides in there safely. Great first move from Metz, taking advantage of, again, the big leg kick from the left-handed pitcher. So not making the adjustment with the runner on first, not trying to get to home any quicker. And Metz, the second base runner, to take advantage of that. Gore had done so in the previous inning. So another chance for Vonderhaar to get something into the outfield, drive home another run. Slack able to get a fastball underneath the swing of Vonderhaar, up and in. Very similar pitch, and another swing and a miss from Vonderhaar. Slack trying to make it just the 1 run off of Gore's home run here in the 6th. But again, no shutdown inning. Pirates scoring 3 in the top half of this inning. Slack unable to keep the Tigers completely off the board. Very vocal reaction off the mound. Slack was heading to the dugout. He thought he had him. But the home plate umpire not flinching a bit. Vaquero pulling that pitch back in. But we'll do the 2-2. Vonderhaar with some new life. Another one just missing. I think you could see a little laugh there from Vonderhaar. Tough to take two close pitches with 2 strikes, but it's worked out for the lefty here. We'll see what he can do. Mets off of second, the 3-2. This one misses by a mile. Vonderhaar will take the walk to first. And again, for the second consecutive inning, the tying run comes to the plate in the form of Brian Schaub. The past couple of games for the Tigers have seen 2-out success against DeSales and McMurray. So many of their runs coming with 2 outs already gone. And right here, there were 2 outs, nobody on. Ezra Gore blasting a home run off the scoreboard. Now a couple of runners get on in a row. Brian Schaub gets the chance. Metz is off for third. Vonderhaar takes off for second. And he is barely able to dive in there safely. Not what I expected to start this at-bat. But Raschke stepping ahead of the bag to make sure that throw doesn't go anywhere. So a risky decision, but now runners at second and third, 2 outs, a base hit will bring Trinity within 1. Time called at the plate. Slack was ready to go. And you see he went right back to his stance, very focused. And this one in the dirt. The 1-1 on its way. That one nearly gets past Vaquero, somehow able to hold on to it. But lots of noise being made, mostly coming from the Trinity dugout. The good crowd on hand so far. We know the women's basketball team is on hand supporting. Lots of alumni on hand as well. The 2-1 to Schaub misses inside. Slack in his stance already. Schaub not even in the batter's box. Slack out of the bullpen, already up to 68 pitches. And this one is going to miss slow. Probably the least damaging outcome for Slack right there with the 3-1 count against the powerful Schaub. But it's not going to get any easier as Jack Wisniewski steps up to the plate. He drove in a couple last time. Gets a little bit of dirt on his hands. His iconic no batting glove look from the left side. His bat picking up a little bit over these last couple of games that he's been in. And a massive chance here. First pitch breaking ball. Starts out like it's going to hit him, but then it just dives back into the zone. When he gets it with command, it's a tough pitch to hit. But he hasn't always commanded it. And this is going to hit Wisniewski. He's saying, look at the mark on my hand, or on my arm. He's saying the umpire is saying it's going to be a foul ball. And we're going to have a discussion here. Head coach Tim Scannell going to talk and ask the home plate umpire to talk with the field umpire. massive decision coming up here. We'll get a look at the replay. You could see the immediate grimace from Wisniewski, pretty clearly hitting his forearm. Tim Scannell now checking with Wisniewski, seeing his arm. But it looks like Wisniewski's going to have to stay at the plate. They're going to call it a foul ball. We'll keep it here for the at-bat. Of course, such a big moment, but we'll try to get another look at the replay as soon as the at-bat allows us. But now 0-2 to Wisniewski. That wild pitch right to the bricks, like we've mentioned, saving these catchers on a couple of occasions. Just so hard to advance from third to home when you have those red bricks behind you. And with how hard Slack throws, you saw how it bounced right back to Vaquero. Anyone's guess as to what's next. Already been a wild game, a wild inning, and just a wild at-bat here. Wisniewski thinking he got hit. Instead, called a foul ball. Now we'll see who wins this battle. Another pitch high and in. It misses, ball 2. So much anticipation for this series. Southwestern and Trinity, two teams with storied baseball programs, two teams with lots of connections between the two, and it's living up to the hype so far. Pirates up 9-6, but the Tigers, with the bases loaded, big sweeping breaking ball, somehow Wisniewski able to lay off, and the count driven full, 3-2. The runners will be off with the pitch. Metz at third, Vonderhaar at second, Schaub at first. And that's ball 4. Metz will get around to score after all. What an at-bat from Wisniewski to battle back from down 0-2 after thinking he got hit on the forearm, to then draw the 4 balls in a row and draw the walk, driving in a run. Maybe the explanation for this wild inning, that full moon on your screen. A pitching change has been made in San Antonio. The Tigers looking to tie this one up when we come back from this break. talk about a pressure-packed moment. Trey Shores will be the Pirate that comes on the mound and will try to get them out of this jam. The bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. 2 runs already across for the Tigers. And Colt Harris coming to the plate, trying to get a whole lot more. First pitch to Harris, a ball. Schwartz, the 5th-year senior, has been in big spots for the Pirates before. And he's able to get this one in there for a called strike. Colt Harris 0 for 3 today. He's popped out a couple of times to the right side, but this would be quite the moment for him to extend his hit streak. He came into today knocking 3 base hits in the last 2 games. And this pitch to Harris, low and outside, but a called strike. You saw Harris shaking his head a little bit. Right now, every call of the utmost importance. Schwartz ahead of the second baseman. This one in the dirt. Colt able to lay off. Schwartz last saw the mound against UMHB. He gave up 5 runs in his outing up in Georgetown. But the Pirates trusting him here. Has a 2-2 count. Harris grounds it up the middle and through for a base hit. The tying runs come across to score, and Colt Harris delivers. 9-9 ball game as the Tigers storm back once again from down 4 and keep showing that this offense is never out of a game. So many times tonight we've seen hitters on both teams able to come through with 2 outs or 2 strikes, and Colt Harris just the latest to do so. And now Jack Peterson has the chance to give the Tigers the lead for the first time since back in the 3rd. First pitch to him in the dirt. Vaquero having to get a hold of it, not allow the runners to move over. Not a particularly hard hit ball from Harris, but it found the perfect spot past the diving Tanner. The 1-0 to Peterson, driven out to left center field, but underneath it is the left fielder over there, Malillo. It looked like that one might carry a bit further, but the Pirates do get the 3rd out of the inning. But the Tigers make this a brand new game, and it was quite the ride to get there. 4 runs on 3 hits, 2 runners left on base. We saw just about everything in that inning, including a hit by pitch that was not. But everything ended up working out for the Tigers as we now head to the 7th inning with a 9-9 game. Don't go anywhere. We have quite the finish on store.
to the plate, the Southwestern second baseman number 2, Trent Rash.
If you wonder about the importance of holding a team to as few runs as possible, even when it seems like things are getting away from you, just take a look at how this game has gone. Cam Sheets back out on the mound with a tie ball game. He came in when it looked like the Pirates were really running away with things. They had already scored 3. They were hitting the ball extremely hard, running all over the bases. But he came in, was able to pick up the slack, and now he finds himself on the mound with Trent Raschke swinging big and missing a 2-2 count. Swing and a miss at that pitch in the dirt. Pettit checks to first just to be sure, but Raschke will head back to the dugout, and Sheets may be feeling good about himself after his good appearance in the 6th, and now seeing his team put 4 runs on the board. Who wouldn't be confident as he gets to face the top of the lineup now in Lobkowicz. And Lobkowicz swings and misses at the changeup as well, so Sheets has it working now. Another swing and a miss from Lobkowicz. Screen went dark a little bit there for us, but it's just how lights out Sheets has been tonight. And it's been not just tonight, but in his last outing against McMurray as well. Really coming in and knocking things down. That one gets away from him and hits Lobkowicz, who hustles over to first. So a tough break there from Sheets, who got ahead 0-2, but other than that, has really been a successful past 2 outings for Sheets. Was talking about how against McMurray, he came in during those early innings when the Warhawks had scored 6. Things were looking grave for the Tigers, but he kept things there, allowed his offense to come back. And now for his 2nd straight outing, the senior doing the same thing, keeping the Pirates at bay. 4-run lead looks like a lot, but in D3 baseball, it might as well already be tied. And we find ourselves tied again. Sheets checking on Lobkowicz over there, not going anywhere yet. Lobkowicz running fast to first on the hit by pitch. Someone who hustles at every opportunity. You see Sheets trying to get faster to the plate with that little slide step, something we did not see from Slack on the mound for the Pirates. He still kept that big leg kick even with the runners on first, and Gore and Metz took advantage. Sheets keeping a close eye there with a little bit higher of a leg kick. Pettit able to get out in front of it, keep Ted over there at first. Lobkowicz does have those 5 stolen bases on the year. The leadoff hitter who's hitting well over 300. Also a great runner on the base pass. Swing and a miss from Mims. The ball dropped for a second, so Mims thought he could attempt to go to first, but with the base occupied, Mims heads to the dugout, and it's been a tough outing for him. He strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. And Sheets will try to make that hit by pitch go away by retiring Witt. Looks at a first pitch breaking ball on the outside corner for a strike. Witt grabs a little bit of dirt and flicks it into the air. Now back in the box, down 0-1. Another breaking ball. This one nearly hits the first baseman. Throw over to first. Lobko is taking an interesting lead over there at first. We'll see if we see it from this angle. kind of has an open stance. And now he's off, and Sheets has him, and he is hung out to dry. Haney in the rundown gets it to Metz, and perfectly executed, and perfect timing on that angle. Lobkowicz was taking an interesting lead with his right foot open and his left foot back, not with that straight horizontal footwork that you typically see from a base runner. And Sheets, sensing something, looking over at the perfect time. And Lobkowicz knew he was in trouble. Metz putting the tag on him and getting out of the inning. It is time to stretch in San Antonio. Tigers will come to bat trying to take the lead here in the bottom of the 7th. And Schwartz will remain on the mound in what's been a fantastic one in San Antonio. Trey Schwartz back on the mound after giving up the lead in the 6th. But he gets a clean start. He came in with the bases loaded. The tough task of having to get out one of the Tiger hitters who has been on the biggest role of anyone. Colt Harris coming through in the clutch. Had been 0 for 3, but he came through in the perfect moment to tie things up. And it looks like we have a very special guest here on the broadcast. You might have noticed I've been alone for the entire game, and for the last couple of games, we really miss Luke Terry out there. But Josh Muchigemba, the heart and soul of Tiger Network, gets to join us for the bottom of the 7th.
Well, thank you, Brian. With the students here, the heart and soul. That one fouled off and out for a strike, and he'll sit on a 1-2 count now.
Very kind of you to say, but we couldn't do what we do without your help here. Josh, the man in charge here at Tiger Network, allowing us to have this fantastic broadcast for you. And he joins us because he just couldn't help the excitement here of a 9-9 game between the Tigers and the Pirates. Haney swinging at this one in the dirt. Vaquero gets the throw over to first, and the first out of the inning is retired.
Yeah, 9-9 so far, and we were talking in between innings that 9-9, 21 hits, 17 left on base. Just your typical Division III baseball game here in late March.
Just what you want. You want competition. You want excitement.
For some, this is exciting. For some, this is brutal. And that one is ripped by Pettit, looking down the line, and he will settle for a single. As has a little playful encounter there with the first base coach. Good to see Pettit swinging the bat, now 1 for 5 on the day. Ezra Gore stepping in 2 for 3 and had the, I don't know, is it not? Could it be a double? Is it a home run? Home run off the scoreboard his last time up. Giving him 3 on the year and 2 since Brian wrote a story about him.
What can I say? The magic pen, as Gore looks at one in the dirt. Pettit will take the easy base at second. And you heard it here first on Tuesday. Apparently, if you want to hit a home run, you just have to get Brian Janselson, myself, to write a feature about you. It looks like I'm going to be fairly busy for the rest of the semester because I'm going to have to write a whole lot more features. But I'm happy to do it. So many great stories to tell here up and down this Trinity roster. And Ezra certainly with a fantastic story himself, dominating on the football field and on the baseball diamond. You see what he means to this Trinity baseball team, just coming through in the biggest moments, and so much power coming out of the batter who stands with number 4 in the batter's box on the football field. He's number 30. He swings through this one, but he tells me there's no reason why he has different numbers. It's just the numbers he was assigned, but he has really made each of them his number in his sport. So in baseball, he is number 4. Football, he is number 30, and that's his full identity. And he's trying to come through once more with the 1-1 count, runner at second. Tyler Pettit reaching on a base hit, advancing on the wild pitch. And another step off. Shores seems to be awfully worried about Pettit over there.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that is just to see if he can break the rhythm for Gore. So he spikes that one down, and Pettit will take off towards third and slides in nicely.
And what we're seeing right now, the sneaky speed from the catcher Pettit. It's all most people can talk about when you see who leads the team in triples. It's Tyler Pettit who leads the team in triples, if you don't know.
Yeah, the old man in the lineup getting it done for Trinity.
I think you mean the experienced men in the lineup. The 2-1 count now to Gore. Shore is having trouble getting it in the zone. He hangs this one, Gore, putting a good swing on it, but fouling it straight back.
Yeah, we were talking pregame, speaking of players' ages, it's the super seniors here that really are the only ones that probably even somewhat remember Southwestern's coach, J.C. Bunch. That was his last recruiting class before being named the head coach over for the Pirates, and that's another hit by pitch.
You can really see the rivalry coming through in all these hit by pitches. Don't know what is going on, but between the wild pitches and the hit by pitches, even the pass balls, just all sorts of chaos at the plate. But Gore will head on over to first, and I think you're exactly right, Josh. 2018 marking the first time that J.C. Bunch took the switch from the third base dugout here at Trinity to the visiting first base dugout for the Pirates. And he took over a program that had not had a winning season in 11 years, but in Bunch's second season, the Pirates won over 20 games and had a winning season. Shores checking on Gore over there at first. But these two teams seem to be competitors for years to come, with Southwestern really closing the gap, as Coach Scannell told me, really catching up to TLU and Trinity, who have been the class of this conference. Vaquero trying to throw behind Pettit at third, a risky throw. The catcher trying to get his fellow catcher out. But a good throw, not in time, but nothing else happening. Meanwhile, Gore sees the throw go over to third, and he goes ahead and takes second. Why not? He was off with the pitch.
Yeah, it was very interesting. I mean, Pettit barely off the bag, and you basically, I think maybe trying to catch him napping or see if he was going to bounce off as Gore took off and see where that throw was going to go. Maybe it was going to be a cut play or whatever else. Now Met's lifting that one out into right center. That one drifting back and I believe off the wall, and that's going to kick around for a while. And that's going to probably give Gore a chance to come all the way in.
Gore does come around to score, and MJ Metz with the 2 RBI triple off the right center field fence. And the Tigers take their first lead of the night since the 3rd inning, battling back from down 4 twice. Now up 2 here in the bottom of the 7th. That ball carrying, and hitting the very top of the wall, nearly that yellow stripe there. But while it's not a home run, it is the next best thing. A triple that drives in 2. And now Jack Vonderhaar gets the opportunity to build on this lead. We've seen you need all the runs you can get. The first pitch to Vondi, a ball outside.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody who's watched this game in its entirety so far feels like this one's going to finish anywhere near 11-9. So you've got to take advantage of everything that comes your way because, Southwestern team that put up a 12 spot in one of their innings against Mayor Hardin Baylor, who's not a slouch of a team anymore. And they've got good offense. They could easily come back and put up a few runs here in the 8th and 9th innings. And Vondi finally getting one through. And you see Southwestern playing up a little bit, trying to maybe cut off Metz at home and keep this to a 3-run game or a 2-run game. And that one sneaking through, RBI for Vondi, and it makes it a 3-run game.
And you had mentioned the 12th spot just ahead of that pitch. They're going to need at least that many. As Vonderhaar able to sneak it past Raschke over there, who was playing in. And now Vonderhaar will be replaced at first with the pinch runner Jack Baker getting in on the action. Baker, an immediate threat to steal as this one in the dirt. Baker not going anywhere yet. But the pinch runner tying with Ezra Gore, who we've talked about so much. For the lead in stolen bases a year ago, had 8 each. Only caught once, so putting in a little speed over there.
Now the former Richmond Spider, some of those that have watched baseball for a while might remember Kevin Youkilis. And if you've read Moneyball, they refer to him as the Greek god of walks. And I think Schaub deserves that title. He's got 13 walks on the season and 42 at-bats. And he was second in the country last year. And I believe had the most per game. And that one.
He can also do that, though, because when you do throw him a strike, that's often the result. A base hit up the middle. Baker using that speed to go from first to third. And the Tigers really cooking now in the 7th as they've stormed back and now jumping well ahead of the Pirates.
Yeah, putting up at least 3 runs here in the last 3 innings. And, after a pretty solid start here from Southwestern pitching, and Trinity able to attack the bullpens and looking pretty solid offensively. I mean, I gotta say, it was not looking good for the Tigers early on. And they were down 6-2. Came back in the 5th, put up a 3 spot, but then gave that 3 spot right back in the 6th, but able to come back with a 4 spot to tie it at 9. And now 3 here to take the lead.
I think especially when they were down 9-5 after coming back with 3 runs and then giving them right back up, pretty deflating. But this is the perfect example, I would say, of what Coach Scannell has told me over and over of what he wants from his team. He wants a tough-minded team, and in his mind, what tough-minded means is dealing with adversity, dealing with bad luck, bad calls, bad momentum, and responding to it, bouncing back, not being afraid to fail. And the Tigers have done just that. Wisniewski continues to swing a hot bat. He drives it up the middle. Shaw replaces Baker at third. And the wheels are turning for Trinity, now up 13-9.
And speaking of guys fighting through the adversity, I mean, Wisniewski in the last inning, could have easily, after not getting the call where he was hit by the pitch, that would have driven in a run. That one made it 0-2, but he fought back, took the walk. Tigers were able to score and then make a inning of it last inning, and now Here he comes up with an RBI single. And it's really the type of competitiveness that the team was looking for maybe last May when they went to the NCAA regional and just couldn't find it. And so you hope that as this team has come together over the last couple of months, they've maybe found that little bit extra, that's going to be, hopefully start making the difference in some of these close games.
Absolutely, they were right there after falling short in the SCAC tournament final to TLU, but getting that at-large bid. They fell to Johns Hopkins and Aurora in the regional, but they have their sights set on the postseason once again. And if the past few games are any indication, they certainly have the ability. And another example of responding to failure, not letting a couple of tough at-bats that go against you get in your head. Colt Harris came into today, 6-game hitting streak, really riding high, had a grand slam at Wolves Stadium, was 0 for 3 today, popped it up each time pretty much to right field, but with the bases loaded, the biggest moment of the game thus far, he was able to put those at-bats behind him and deliver when needed most. So here he has a 1-2 count, and he looks at that one in, but these Tigers just doing a great job night after night fighting from tough deficits.
Yeah, and 2 RBI tonight, bringing his total on the year to 10. Mentioned the grand slam a couple of weeks ago against Whitewater.
And Harris, just a sophomore, as he lays off another one in the dirt. Count goes full to 3-2. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. The Tigers have brought home 4. And Harris, just a sophomore, had 6 runs batted in last year. So already above that mark in this 2022 season. And he fouls that one straight to the box. But someone that is believed to have a bright future here at Trinity in that middle infield. Tiger fans familiar with so many of those super seniors as we've highlighted, but eventually those guys are not going to be here, and it's guys like Harris who are just in their 2nd year who are going to be the future for the Tigers. And it's certainly been bright so far for Colt as he lays off that one outside. Schwartz had gotten ahead of Harris, but unable to put him away. And for the umpteenth time tonight, the bases will be loaded. And it looks like another pitching change is on its way. Coach Lacey going to get the ball from Trey Schwartz's hands. And the Tigers will have some more opportunities to pad this lead when we come back on Tiger Network.
so many layers of irony.
I mean, yes.
But it's become, but like your personality is like too far in the irony.
I know. I don't know.
You don't know who you are anymore.
I just know
There
the
is
moon.
no, it's
All
no
I know.
longer ironic. You're actually into midget.
All I know is the moon is falling. That's it.
I believe like the ironic minions thing went all the way back to being real.
Probably.
And Moonfall.
Though
And
I think
Moonfall.
a level of irony I could never.
Welcome back to Tiger Network, where the Trinity Tigers are really looking to put this one away. Jack Peterson coming up to the plate with the bases loaded, and Trinity already up four of those runs coming here as the game was tied at 9. But Trey Shore is struggling to get the Tigers out, and the new pitcher coming in, Brian Meisner, the senior from Frisco, Texas, looking to limit the damage to 4 as he faces the bottom of this Trinity order.
Yeah, and the bottom of the order actually getting it done today. Wisniewski 2 for 3, Harris 1 for 4, and Peterson standing in. He's 2 for 4 on the day. Now with the bases loaded. Meisner out of Frisco. The senior looking to see if he can get Southwestern back to the top of the 8th with what I'd say is still a pretty relatively good chance to stay in the game, just down 4. But if Peterson's able to deliver here, I think that could maybe give us a better indication of which way this game's going to lean. And that's going to be the first out on 3 pitches as Meisner comes down and strikes out Peterson.
Yeah, breaking ball that caught just enough of the outside corner, according to the home plate umpire. We've been having to wait a little bit all night as the home plate umpire very delayed strike 3 call. But that time Peterson accepting the strike 3 and heading back to the dugout, so it'll be up to Tanner Haney to try to come through with 2 outs. Bases remain loaded. Haney 1 for 5 on the day. He drove in a run with a double way back in the 3rd inning. And he looks at a first pitch strike here. Haney and Harris, H&H at shortstop and second base these last couple of games. And we had seen a lot of rotation at those 2 positions in particular. But these 2 really coming through with the bat and with solid fielding. So you have to wonder what those opportunities will continue to look like. Coach Gannell telling me that with the team he has, never will quite have a set lineup, just impossible because there's so many good pieces to go to. But it certainly helps when the guys who are given some extended looks come through. Haney down 0-2, big breaking ball, gets him swinging, so Meisner comes in and does just what he wanted to do. Haney striking out for one more time here tonight. Had that double, but now 5 strikeouts on the evening. But a positive outlook for Tiger fans as we head to the top of the 8th. Trinity up 13-9, going to the 8th.
Something good happens with this one.
Tell me, I'm enthusiastic.
Hard to believe the turnaround that Cam Sheets has gotten to witness from the mound. He came into a game where the Tigers trailed 9-5. He managed to keep the score right there. Then he's seen his team fight back to first tie it at 9. Now he stands out there with a 13-9 lead.
I respect him.
All right, Brian. And for everybody listening, you can jump in the chat. So, 4 strikeouts in a game is golden sombrero. We know that. 5? What do you call 5?
A tough game.
It is a tough game. Had to look that one up. Reddit says Olympic rings. That just sounds ridiculous. So, if anybody's got good suggestions, hit it up in the chat.
Yeah, see no activity in the chat tonight. Had so much early in the season. Really love seeing that activity from our viewers at home and enjoy interacting, so please comment at Josh's suggestion. Preston Witt currently at the plate. He's not had anything close to an Olympic ring performance, going 2 for 4 so far, homering to right field. Quick step out of the box from Witt. He awaits the 3-2 delivery from Cam Sheets. Looked like a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Harris ranges over and gets the out at first. All-important leadoff hitter, as we've seen, retired.
Yeah, just a little bit over the top of it. Just rolled the bat over. Nice job. Michael Harris to range over. Another mound visit for Dave Smith. This one a little more cheerful. Let's see. Sends Sheets off to be welcomed by his teammates.
He likes to play a video game.
I think one man the Pirates do not want to see come in, but they will not have their wish come true, is Joseph Shavana. An incredibly effective arm that's been out of the bullpen this year after starting a bunch last year. Tough first warm-up pitch, taking a hard fall. Hopefully he's able to recover. We'll take a quick break on Tiger Network and see how Shavana is able to do.
At the plate for the Pirates, catcher number 3, James Vaquero.
Cleanup hitter James Vaquero to the plate. 1 out, nobody on after Witt retired on the ground ball. And it'll be Vaquero who is the first man to face Shavana. Fouls it back towards the Tiger bullpen. Shavana, someone who appeared regularly for the Tigers, starting in multiple games last year, but this season so far coming out of the bullpen. He's racked up a 3-0 record. He also has 1 save. And he was named SCAC Pitcher of the Week for the first week of this season.
This guy that gives the pitching staff, or gives the coaching staff, a lot of versatility being able to come in. Not only is he somebody that they've been able to rely on to come in as a closer, but also somebody that they can stick out there if need be in the 2nd or 3rd inning if the starter of the day didn't go as planned, and still rack up quite a few innings.
Absolutely, and I've gotten to talk to Joseph throughout this season, asking him about what it's been like to come out of the bullpen. Very different than starting in high school and in his first year of college. Very used to knowing when he's going to pitch. being able to prepare and then go right at the opponent. But when you're in the bullpen, you never know when your name is going to be called. Right here, tries to get a breaking ball on 2-2. It'll be punched out to left field. Vaquero is able to get on, but Shavana saying that at first he was skeptical of coming out of the bullpen, thought he really would need the routine of being a starting pitcher. But then he said all it took was one outing in that opening series in Birmingham, those tight games against Lynchburg, BSC, and WashU, and he fell in love with it. He said he had just a pure adrenaline rush as his name was called and he was warming up, and now he doesn't mind never going back to starting.
For Vaquero now 2 for 5. 2 hits in his last 2. And let's see, 1 for 1 for Tanner, but he's been on base all 4 times today. Scored 3 runs and 3 walks. He was left stranded on third in his last at bat, the only time he hasn't crossed home. And you talk about Shavana, I mean, I think sometimes it just takes maybe just that one time, that one experience of being out there where it's like I don't know if I really want to do that. And then you get into those pressure cooker situations and you realize how important that is. You know, there's been some talk amongst various statistician types of, you know, how do you redo the stats of baseball? And one of it is, you know, looking at how you do saves. And, you know, maybe it's not just the one who came in the 9th inning, but maybe it's the one who came in the 8th inning against the heart of the order that, you know, with the bases loaded, with nobody out, got out of a jam, and then you're able to go on and win the game by 1 or 2. And so, you know, some of those guys just live for those type of moments, and he's been pretty effective when he's been put into those pressure situations.
Definitely an interesting point there. I know a lot of people also revisiting the win stat, and at least revisiting the importance it carries for a starting pitcher, but I think whether it's a win, whether it's a save, it's just about the important outs that these guys get on the mound. Cam Sheets currently in line for the win, but in many ways what he did was save this game from getting out of hand, knowing that his offense could come back. 4 runs, not a big obstacle for this high-powered Trinity offense. So definitely interesting to see how you measure it, but at the end of the day, it's about the results here. Vaquero taking advantage of the ball in the dirt, got just far enough away from his counterpart Pettit. See, he couldn't quite tell where it was, so Vaquero sneaking over to second.
Skipped just right behind Tanner's back leg. He initially had put up the hand to say, just hold on, it looks like it's right here, but nice piece of base running by Vaquero. Gets himself in scoring position, but when you're down 4, you know, your job is just to get on base and be there for the next guy. And right now I'm pretty sure that Coach Bunch has probably tried to reiterate that to his guys. Like, you know, you're not going to go up there and win this with one swing. So just keep punching it over. You know, you've got to go 90 feet to 90 feet. Just kind of look at what job you have to do next. And especially here with 1 down and 1 on. And Tanner's job is to, as we see another looked at third strike, and that's at least 6 or 7 of those today from both teams. It's an absolutely perfect pitch from Shavana. I was going to say, and Tanner's job is just go up there and just swing the bat and you know, continue. You know, when you're down 4 runs in the 8th inning, it's kind of like an assembly line. You just put it to the next thing, put it to the next thing, and let the next thing do its job. And that's going to be Fisher's job here.
And definitely easier said than done for Tanner to just swing the bat. When you look at that breaking ball from Shavana, what else are you supposed to do? Starts out sky high, and then out of nowhere just pops into the zone. That one, another called strike. One thing you'll notice from Shavana, very rarely will he throw anything that doesn't move. Even his quote-unquote fastball is more of a cutter that moves side to side. It's just such a difficult at-bat for any opponent. You see another big breaking ball, this time laid off by Fisher. Fisher, another Pirate that's had a good evening to this point. He had a single in the second, a run-scoring double in the fourth. He followed it up with another double in the fifth, so 3 for 4 for the third baseman. He's unable to lay off of that consecutive breaking ball. And you can see the different styles of breaking ball as well. So you saw Tanner frozen by that one in the zone, and then Fisher thinking it's going to be in the zone, but then it just falls out from the bottom, ends up in the dirt, but it's already too late. So just a great job of mixing his pitches here. Fisher is able to fight this one out to right field. The runner, Vaquero, on his way home. He's going to get there safely. A nice job of two-strike hitting from Fisher, adjusting to that breaking ball. Likely not, no, definitely a strike. But just not trying to do too much, flicking it out there with one hand and getting the result that he wants.
Yeah, kind of like I was saying, like, I mean, you come up and your job is just to go out there and just try to put it in play. See if you can get it to fall, and 4 for 5 on the day.
So as we've both reiterated since you've joined the broadcast, Josh, lots of excitement since you jumped on. Glad you did. 13 runs may not be enough. We'll have to see. The Pirates have 4 outs to work with and 3 runs to tie this ball game up. Shavana trying to wrap things up here in the 8th, maybe give his offense a chance to add a little more. Another interesting stance over there by the runner at first. Replay here showing the previous play, Vaquero diving into home plate. Shavana checking on the runner over there, but Fisher, like Lobkowicz earlier, instead of having his feet square facing the plate, has his right foot out a little bit, which creates more of an open stance. You see right there leaning towards his right as if he's on his way to second. Pettit ready for it, but the runner not going anywhere quite yet.
Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that style of leadoff that Southwestern does was from, maybe it's taken a little bit from UMHB, Mary Horton Baylor, their coach Mike Stosky, when he was at Chicago Concordia. I remember they were very good at stealing bases for a while and had very similar type of leadoffs. And so, with coaching, you see something that works, you take it, you adapt it, you tweak it, see if you can make it work even better. And right now, Southwestern's going to need a couple of base runners in the 9th to see if they can come around. Trinity's going to try to put this one out of reach as fast as they can. And we'll see what we've got for the last, full inning. And if you're a Tiger fan, just 6 more outs total. And if you're a Pirate fan, you're looking to maybe go the distance here.
Yeah, and something that is definitely working is those pitches from Shavana, a run sprinkled in there in the middle, but a couple of strikeouts looking good out of the bullpen. Josh, we've talked a little bit about the history of Southwestern versus Trinity. Very excited to get to tell some more stories tomorrow, but what is your perspective on this rivalry? You've been here quite a while. You attended Trinity. You've been a big part of this baseball program. So what does Southwestern and Trinity mean to these two schools?
Well, I mean, when I was attending school here, I mean, Southwestern was, the team beat in our conference. I mean, there was Southwestern early on, and then, after that, it was maybe Millsaps, but Southwestern, they came in here and they would have guys that just absolutely 10 runs right now would be what we were looking, 13-10 score might be the third inning of that game. I mean, it was just absolute guys that could just hit the ball all over the field. Quite a few great teams that they had. And, I think, we talked about where Coach Bunch is trying to take the program back to, as Pettit steps in. I look at it in the last couple of years. He's gotten there since 2018. the program has grown in size. We've got quite a few guys out there that have got enough to, even field like a JV team that can get some quality, reps in and stuff like that. So, the program itself is growing. There's a lot of additions going on to what they've got over there as far as their facilities and everything else. And so, I feel like when you take the Southwestern baseball program as a whole, it's easy to see why a lot of people start to look at it in the preseason rankings, put them, kind of comfortably into that next tier of, there's, I think, without being biased, I think you could say it's Trinity and TLU at the top, and then there's Centenary and Southwestern, and then every year we can expect maybe one more team between Shriner, Dallas, Austin, St. Thomas to try to come in and compete for that fourth spot maybe for the postseason, since the baseball postseason is only 4 teams. And it gives a lot of excitement to, the whole conference schedule. And so Southwestern has kind of been there since JC got there.
1-2 pitch to Pettit. Flied out to center field, no problem for Mims there. But I think that's a very interesting perspective, and I know you were here just after Dave Smith and JC Bunch were playing at Trinity, and so you were kind of on the tail end of that, but I think you hit it right on the head and captured exactly what they both told me in separate conversations. And Dave Smith saying it was a rivalry, sure, but it really wasn't a rivalry when he first got here because Southwestern was so dominant. They would come into San Antonio and just crush the Tigers at that time. But then on the flip side, fast forward about 20 years later, JC Bunch admitting to me what you said maybe a little the bias of saying that Trinity and TLU are at the top, but he is the one that admitted to me that the class of this conference remains TLU and Trinity. And in his words, until someone else consistently wins the conference and knocks them off that spot, it'll remain that way. And so one thing I've learned from this week, getting to be around both Scannell and Bunch, very honest coaches, very honest opinions, and they're telling it like they see it.
Yeah, and to continue on that point about where Southwestern was, I think Trinity, when because this was right around the time that Coach Scannell was just getting started, early 2000s, where Southwestern was a really good team. I think Trinity kind of looked at it and said, that's the type of team that we need to be more like, a team that wins 35, 40 games a year, and that's where Southwestern was at that time. And then it took the first regional appearance in 2002, and then 2004, 2006, and then 2008, and then the run started after that. Where last, I don't know if they called that a foul ball or if they just said that he leaned in.
Yeah, the 2-2 count, and Gore, who has been hit already today.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, the home plate umpire saying, you put your elbow in there.
Yeah. He ducked away, and then he kind of, maybe involuntarily lurched it back in just a bit.
Guess when you take all that contact as a defensive back on the football field, you're not scared of a little breaking ball off the elbow. Now MJ Met steps to the plate with 2 outs.
Yeah, so, Trinity, kind of looking to emulate what Southwestern had been doing in the late 90s. And I think they got there. And it took a few years. It took, the opportunities, like I said, it wasn't back-to-back runs for a while. It was, the 02 team, then the 04, then the 06, then the 08. So, it was kind of working, hey, we're going to go build a big recruiting class, and then, those guys are going to come in, and we're going to build another class right behind it, and then, just kind of keep perpetually getting better to the point where then, after about 10 years of that, then it became like this was a program. And looking at what Southwestern's trying to do, they're kind of in that same mindset right now where they're, hey, we're, as you mentioned, 11 consecutive losing seasons. And it was like, okay, hey, if we start winning, we start putting together, a 20-win season, a 25-win season, if we get to 30, and then if we can stay there for a few years, then, how can we build this program? It's going to take, you've got to be patient with building, these programs like this sometimes. And if you can get it there and then keep it consistently there, then I think you're in really good shape. And unfortunately for Southwestern, it's not just saying that Trinity and TOU are the class of the conference, but over the last 6 or 7 years, they've also been, pretty much two of the better teams in the entire region. And so it's not just trying to compete with two teams that you're going to have to face at least 6 games, plus a postseason against all those teams. But it's it's a work in progress, and sitting 7-5, they've played a relatively good schedule so far. Now we've got an opportunity here in the 9th to see if they can push this one a little bit further.
Quiet bottom of the 8th inning. Brian Meisner really doing a good job ever since he came out of the bullpen, keeping things right where they're at. 13-10 lead for Trinity. We head to the top of the 9th after a quick break on Tiger Network. We'll bring you this fantastic finish to a fantastic game.
Leading off the 9th, left fielder number 13, Christian Amarillo.
Joseph Shavana back on the mound for inning number 2 and inning number 9 of the game. He'll try to close things down. It's been wild from start to finish. Southwestern jumping ahead 1-0. Trinity responding pretty quickly in the bottom of the 3rd, taking a 2-1 lead. After that, the Pirates really looking like they were going to steal a game here in San Antonio. They jumped out to 2 different 4-run leads, but the Tigers have not said give up at any point tonight. And now they find themselves up 3 outs away from an opening series victory. Shavana's pitch up in the zone. Malillo able to lay off of it and gets the benefit of the doubt. The 2-1 count to the freshman. Shavana sticking to that breaking ball. Met's gonna try to get it in foul territory, but it's just in the bullpen.
Yeah, opportunity for Mets there. And those are plays that will not happen in the future at this ballpark. Next year, over the summertime, they change some of the dimensions and take away a lot of the foul territory here.
Should be exciting to see. Peterson with a little miscommunication over there in right center field. And the ball ends up dropping in between Gore and Peterson. We'll get a look at the replay. Just a lazy fly ball out to right center field off the breaking ball. Plenty of time for Speedy Peterson or Gore to get right under it. But at the end, just not able to call it either way. One thing I will say, would love to see if Malillo was really running out of the box, because he should be at second base right now.
Definitely felt like he should have been. I was watching on the replay because I felt that live. And it looked like he jumped out of the box pretty quickly, but I also wonder if he took a big turn and then was kind of caught in no man's land with how quickly Gore got that back in. But should go down as a base hit for Malillo. I believe it did. So he's now 2 for 5 on the day. Grashke 1 for 3. But this is the part where for Southwestern, I mean, we've talked about Trinity in the past. With you get to the 9th inning, we've seen walk-offs, 2 against Whitewater. You don't really get nervous. You don't get scared. You just got to go up there and know that, hey, in the 9th inning, the other team has to do as much of a job as you do in protecting the lead that they have. And so, just go up there, and Southwestern doing exactly what they need to do. They've got a runner in scoring position, so it takes away a double play potential. So even if Raschke's grounding out here, you got a chance to move your runner over to third. And then if you can put one more on, you're going to bring the tying run to the plate. So, for Southwestern, an opportunity, and for Trinity, I think this is really a time where the coaching staff's probably looking at it saying, can we protect a lead? If this were the middle of May and this were a regional playoff game, what do we have right here? Can we protect a lead when we absolutely have to? And so, even when you're playing games like this and it's the first game of conference schedule, mentally, if you can go into that game and start preparing yourself for, bigger situations down the road and building upon all of these things, it's going to make you a better team. So both teams right here with an opportunity to see what they can play around with. It's not every day that you get 13 to 10 games here in the night.
3-2 on the way to Raschke, and Shavana gets him swinging. Great action diving in on that fastball, but as we mentioned, not much goes straight off the arm of Shavana. Everything has movement.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sequence for Shavana. He came inside 2 pitches ago, went outside with a breaking ball, and then kind of had that same pitch, except for this time he cut it back on the cutter coming back in. And Raschke gave it a good swing, but couldn't come up with much of it. That one, I believe, wild pitch. Going to move the runner over to third. And for Trinity, that run is inconsequential, right? If it scores, okay, it's 13-11. So now you're at a point where you can trade a run for an out. Take it to 2 outs. It's fouled off.
In case you're wondering out at home how many wild pitches we've now racked up tonight, we're up to 9. 5 from the Tigers, 4 from the Pirates. We'll definitely do some digging to see how common that is. Feels pretty rare, but might not be. Shavana trying to make it all not matter. As you said, that runner on third would just make it 13-11. Ultimately, the guys who matter at the plate and on deck. Trying to get Lobkowicz out. He's able to put it in play. Haney charging in, gets the out at first. So the runner will come across to score, but now nobody on, 2 outs, and the Pirates down to their final out.
Next up for the Pirates, center fielder number 52, Maxwell Mims.
Yeah, I think Trinity did exactly what they needed to right here. Shavana inducing a ground ball, nicely handled by Haney. Good job by Metz to just stay in it. Don't worry about the run. It's a 2-run game, and you're still in good shape. Southwestern's got to be feeling, maybe a little bit more pressure now with 2 down, but they've got Mims up, and then if he's able to get on, you go to Witt, and then back to Vaquero. So they feel like they can maybe still string something together here, so no time to let off the gas if you're Shavana. But right now, got to be feeling pretty good if you're Trinity.
Great start to the at-bat for the sophomore from Trinity. Standing confidently on the mound, up 0-2 on Mims. Mims able to line that one to right field. And there to make the catch is Ezra Gore. A fitting way to end this back and forth affair. What a start to this 3-game series between the Southwestern University Pirates and the Trinity University Tigers. It did not disappoint. No idea where to start recapping this one, but perhaps starting with the clutch hitting of the Tigers, able to fight back from 2 4-run deficits. We get a good look at the final out of the game. Mims putting good wood on that one, but the right fielder Ezra Gore, as we mentioned, that outfield providing plenty of speed, let that ball drop earlier in the inning, but came through right there for the final out. But just all sorts of numbers popping off the box score when you take a look at things. Jack Wisniewski leading the way after missing a couple of games. He comes back in strong fashion, going 2 for 3. He drives in a leading 4 runs. And then you think about the key hits and key moments. Colt Harris delivering with that game-tying base hit with the bases loaded. He ends up going just 1 for 4, but those 2 runs batted in, incredibly key. Josh, your immediate thoughts after this game? 13 to 11, 15 and 14 hits respectively. Just what do you think about this one?
You know, it's a good win for Trinity. It's a tough loss, I think, for Southwestern. Trinity able to fight back late in the game. You know, there was a point at which it looked like I thought maybe Southwestern had the opportunity to maybe be on cruise control. You know, they were up 6-2 in the 5th inning, and I thought, you know, if they could have maybe gotten out of there, it really puts Trinity into a bind. But something that we haven't seen yet, really, in my opinion, this season is the grit that I think we saw tonight from Trinity. I think it was both defensively and then obviously, as you can see the line stats there, starting in the bottom of the 5th inning, you know, 3 runs, and then the next 2 innings, 4 runs apiece. The offense just coming in and just, you know, I would say maybe more of a collective unit offensively. You know, it wasn't one guy trying to go up there and just, you know, bring in all the runs or whatever else. It was a group effort, and I think if you're looking at how this team had played up to this point, they have a very tough schedule. I think it's top 15 in the country statistically, as far as opponents' win percentage and everything else. But they've played really good teams to this point. So you look at 7-5 coming in. You know, both teams are 7-5. They might not be the same 7-5 teams, and so really, you don't have a good sense yet of who this Trinity team is. I think they still lack maybe a little bit of identity. The McMurray game left me a little confused as to who this team really was. There was a lot of maybe mental lapses out there during the McMurray game. But this one, I think from the 5th inning on, I think Trinity really played a cohesive game together as a team. And, you know, without even looking at the individual stats or anything else, from a team perspective, you start to see some of this starting to click a little bit. You know, one guy moving the next guy over, taking advantage of opportunities, not leaving. You know, we had 9 left on through 4 innings, I believe. And so 12 left on for the game. So they started to take care of that as well. And so, you know, it's those little things that are going to start to make the difference. You know, like I said, Trinity is a team that's accustomed to winning 30 games a year. And if they want to continue doing that, playing like they did for the last half of this game is where they need to start.
And I think one of the key words you used in there, grit. And it's amazing that you chose to use that word, because head coach Tim Scannell using that word over and over in describing what he wants from his ideal team. It goes along with that tough-mindedness that he wants. And I think tonight's game showed exactly that. A lot of grit and a lot of grind. A little reference to the former Memphis Grizzlies slogan when they were at their best. But truly a phenomenal night for the Tigers. It looked a little down early, but they were able to fight back, get a big win over a rival to start this 3-game series. And if this is any indication of what we're in for tomorrow, I hope that you will be tuning in right with us. The doubleheader at 1 and at 4 p.m. This one was so amazing, and we're going to get 2 of those tomorrow. So double the fun, double the action right here on Tiger Network. Thank you to our amazing student crew in the control room. Thank you, Josh, for joining us late in this game. I think you might have provided the little jolt we needed. But thank you for joining us, and have a wonderful Friday night. For everyone, I'm Brian Yanselson. See you tomorrow.